See if we're live yet. Good morning, everybody. This is your daily brief for January 10th, 2022, Monday. Good to see everybody out there. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Good morning, Binky, Ryan, Hit Mikey, Ryan, or Jafar, Guacata, CJ, Robert, Joe, Kari, Tegan, your wife's boyfriend, Eric. All right. So we're going to get things started as quickly as possible this morning. We have a lot to get through before the opening bell. So on Thursday, I was holding puts into Friday and some cheap calls. The puts are doing pretty well. End up closing those Friday morning, posted on Twitter for y'all to close the puts are doing well. They were expiring on Friday. Then I had some outside the money calls as protection, call it a call hedge. The puts did okay overall. I ended up printing pretty well with the cost of the calls. I think I made 20 cents on per put or something like that. And I was able to sell the calls for a penny. So I think I made $30 or something like that per call or some kind of nonsense. But it wasn't a lot. I ended up paying a lot more for those calls. Now, on Friday, I was expecting the dump that we got this morning on Friday morning. When we didn't get that Friday, and the way the volume was Friday morning, I ended up going skiing. So took the weekend, worked on, let me go through what I worked on over the weekend. So I'm working on a website for everybody so they have a place to go to find all the information that you need, kind of a central place. And then I ended up working on a Discord this weekend as well. I thought I was done with the Discord, and then I'd watched a bunch of YouTube videos on how to create one. And once I ran through it to test it, I missed some stuff. So if anybody knows anything about Discords out there, if you could let me know, just DM me in @CaptainsAlpha. I need to run it through some more tests and make sure that it works properly before we release it. But I did do that work over the weekend. Joe Donut actually helped a ton on creating a website for us. And I want to talk about a few things with you this morning as we get started. So we didn't get the drop on Friday. Now, we did get the drop this morning into Monday's open here. And as we talked about last week, it was important to remember that we knew that no one believed that we would go above 500. No one's really thinking or in the mindset. When we're at 480, no one's believing that we're going to 500. So I'm going to keep that in mind as we move forward in the market. I also want you to realize that, or keep some perspective. Now, this week, the economic calendar is booked solid. If you take a look at today, we don't have much today. We've got wholesale inventories at 10. But on Tuesday, we've got the Cleveland Fed president, the Kansas City Fed. We've got Jerome Powell confirmation hearing. We also have Bullard at 4 p.m. So we got a full slate on Tuesday. Wednesday, we have a full slate with CPI. We've got the Beige Book at 2 p.m. So that's another big full slate on Wednesday. Thursday, we've got initial claims, continuing claims. And then Friday, we've got retail sales, University of Michigan price sentiment. Basically, volatility all week long. And then we roll straight into the FOMC. So we talked last week as well about today being the 10th, right? We specifically noted that we didn't have a lot of runway coming into the 10th, how important it would be on the 10th and leading up into the 21st, or that we needed to get to a certain price way before we got to the 10th. And you can see today is the 10th. And of course, we're heading way down right at this point. So I want you to expect high volatility into this next week. It's important for you to be aware of that as we move forward. But though we are experiencing volatility right now, I also want you to be aware that we have to pay attention to global markets and what kind of speeches they are going to be making in the upcoming weeks. And further, when it comes to rate increases, quantitative tightening, ending QE, tapering, all of that stuff that we've been talking about, none of that has actually happened at this point. So just be aware of that those things can even be used if we have a rally at any point. You will see them noted in the news and used. So I don't want you to get caught in any whiplash out there as we trade this market down. As we, quote unquote, sell the rips, I do want you to realize that there's always still going to be rips in what we're doing here. Now, the next thing to talk about is called wealth preservation. I heard someone this weekend tell me, they said, wealth preservation is more important than market gains. And that was a poignant moment for me to hear from someone out there. When they had said wealth preservation is more important than market gains, since back in September, we've talked about taking cash out of the market, cutting loose all of our longs and investments, and waiting to deploy that cash at some point this spring. So though it might be important for some of you to be making market gains out there, it is more important for you to preserve your wealth when things get crazy like it is right now. On Sunday, I posted on Twitter a post about put back spreads. And if you do me a favor, head back onto Twitter on my regular handle. If you go to my profile, you'll see I posted about put back spreads. It's a way for you to hedge the market. You can do them 3 months out at a time, a year out at a time, however long you like. It's a trading plan where if the market goes up at any point, let's say we trade sideways this year or trade slightly up, you'll at least be break even or even make some money back from that trade. But if the market sells off, if we have a 2008 kind of a moment where the entire market just sells down, you'll be protected. So please go back into Captain Jim James, not at Captain Zalpa, but at Captain Jim James. Check that post out. There's also something else that's been going on, which is dispersion trading across the market. We're going to talk about some tickers that are up this morning, even though the market is down in a little bit. I want to get through some things, though, with you this morning. I want to show you some key support levels, key resistance levels as the market opens this morning. We know that there's hedge buying going on, put buying going on. We know that when calls are first bought, you'll see a dip. When puts are first bought, you'll see a slight rip. And we had elevated put buying all last week. We didn't really see that dip into Friday, but we are now seeing the effects this morning. There is some high chance this week that we're also going to start to see major hedging coming into the market between Monday and Friday. The difference between put and hedge flow is that the hedge flow really can disrupt the market. It's almost like a cascading effect. We talked about the cascading effect going back into the last two large megaphones that we were in. When you saw the extreme dumps, you'd see 3 days of dumping, and then that fourth day of major dumping was when massive hedging came into the market. You'll also see that that reverb into our coins today, into crypto. You'll see it in Bitcoin. People will be removing money from crypto to pay for market hedges. Now, we have a lot to talk about today at some point down the road. I want to get into the charts real quick with you. This weekend, I posted basic support and resistance levels for the market. You're going to have to also add into those support and resistance levels cash gap closes from the day before, swing low, swing high levels on your own. Now, that's the first level of charting a market. That's their basic TA, right? Or that's their basic charting techniques that old school traders use. Now, I did use the SPY chart. I did use those support levels on the SPY chart this morning. We'll show those later on. But these levels here, these are the volatility levels. These are gamma levels for the market. This is layer number 2. This is the S I'm showing you right now. And this is where I go to spot gamma and get a second layer of levels for the market. So we're going to look between now and 9:30 real quick. The SG levels, I chart these myself. I don't use their actual levels. And then I'm also going to show you the volume profile this morning so that once we roll into Bookmap when the market opens, we can see where the real support and resistance levels are and how to trade that as we move forward this week. So right away, I want to point out some levels to you that we have some firm resistance this morning at 4,700. And that is right around this area right here where this volatility trigger is. It's marked at 4,707, but we're going to bring this down to 4,700, okay? So I want you to see that this morning. We've got some firm resistance here. And where this vol trigger is, you can even type this into your own charting. Just write firm resistance here. 4663. Excuse me. We're going to get rid of this one here. And we're going to make the put wall this morning right here at 4663. You are going to, might even make that a little bit thicker. We're going to call this the top today, okay? 4,700 and some firm resistance at 4663 this morning. Support this morning, you're looking at 4650. And then 4,600, okay, which is right about here. Now, we do have some issues here. It's 4580. This is another, I believe this is another combo level in here. Now, if we trade, you'll see this. Let me bring this out farther, okay? So this is a trend line going back all the way to 2020. See this dotted line up here. I want you to just have this for reference. We're going to check these levels once the market opens. We'll see if there actually is buy-side supply down here. But recall back in December, on the 3rd and the 20th, when we traded this low, we triggered hedging activity. And that creates that megaphone pattern that we keep talking about, that reverb or that feedback loop that happens in the market. So you'll see major hedging as we trade down here, or even if we trade down here this morning. Any kind of relief rally that we have, you want to watch for people trying to sell it this afternoon or this morning, however this plays out. And your next, let's say we break above 4,700. I don't think that we do, but if we do, we're going to be looking for another rejection above in this vicinity above here. But as before, up at 4,789, up at 4,800, we know that no one thinks they're going to 500. So the logical move is to trade down into this level down here. And this is going to trigger hedging activity at some point today. So what are you going to be looking for right after the bell today? As usual, you look for the fake out. Maybe we trade slightly higher and then we dump down lower. If we just red bar it straight down, we're going to be watching for buyers or support down here. If we don't find support down here, we'll start to look for where the support is below. We'll open up a book map this morning and find out where the actual support levels are before 47 or 45.80. Keep that in mind today, 45.80. And the support and resistance levels that I put out to you yesterday, you want to add those to these lines. Next, I'm going to show you NQ, because I know a lot of you guys are wrapped up in NQ. We're having that same issue this morning with NQ. You've got a volatility trigger that we broke through last week up here at 15.526. We're now looking for some kind of a tag this morning. It's probably slightly higher here. Call it 15.256. So we're going to be checking this level as well this morning. I'm going to add another line of support in here. And I did check these charts against the 50, the 100, and the 200-day moving averages. You know how we kind of blast through them sometimes. We don't really tag them exactly. And I think that's something like that's going to play out as well today. So here are your levels as well. I'm going to be looking for a rejection this morning at 15.256.75 or so on NQ. Then I'm going to bring up IWM. I do want you to realize as well this morning that, or RTY, I do want you to realize as well this morning that there is major, and we talked about this last week, even though I think on Thursday or Friday, RTY didn't look as unhealthy as it actually was, but we did talk about the major hedging that was taking place in the mini, and that it wasn't showing itself as of yet. You can look right here on the 7th. It didn't look as bad as it could be. But in reality, there is major hedging on both RTY, the Russell, and on NASDAQ. And so we're right on the volatility trigger this morning. That's on at 2158.4. And we're looking for no less than 2129.8. And I would be selling every rip in here. I wouldn't be looking for any kind of a relief rally in either RTY. That can't be a sell the rip moment at some point. And the same thing would be going for NQ. And what does that ultimately lead up to? Well, we're going to have to start to plot today some real true support levels. We're going to go into Bookmap today. I'm going to show you deeper into Bookmap where the real money flow is below. And we'll start putting some price targets out there for the coming weeks and months. So I'll show you guys where the real money flow is, where the real supports are in the market when we open up here in the next 6 minutes. Also, that post that I made on Twitter, that covers tailside risk events. You know, there's a lot of traction right now in tailside risk events. I don't know, you know, you can't cover every outcome within the market, but sometimes when there's a cacophony of bad news in the market, I want to note this, okay, that even if we were to sell the entire year down, you can take that trade without losing that money. But the reality is that the banks are always greedy. I want all of you out there to understand something, that when we still look back in history at every moment where a market sold down, these banks destroyed the market before they made that happen. So if you have the one viewpoint of doom and gloom, I want you to always keep the other. If you had like a devil on one shoulder and you had an angel on the other, and you have the angel whispering in your ear saying this market's going to sell down to 250 or, you know, some 350 or 400 or something, I want you to keep the devil on the other shoulder, because there are moments in this market where you think that we're going to sell down, let's say, and crash this market, and we'll actually trade way higher for the next year until they actually break the machine. So if you're going to be hedging this market, you can do it without losing money. You can do it without becoming full bear. And just keep in mind that in the past, they don't actually sell down these markets until they've broken it. And they usually don't tell us retail traders before it happens. Be conscious of that. Be conscious of where you are in the market cycle as a retail trader. If you think that the banks are going to tell you, the retail trader, on the news that we're gonna crash the market today, you're sorely wrong. It's never happened in history. It's not going to happen today. So keep an open mind when it comes to if we're going to hit a bottom at some point and then trade much higher. You can end up getting caught in that cycle from a bear's perspective and not be ahead of that curve. So I showed you guys RTY. I showed you guys all of this stuff. The next thing I'm going to show you this morning before we open here, we've got 3 more minutes. I'm going to want to show you the ES chart. So this is the 4-hour chart. You can see down below here we've got some support. This is on a 4-hour chart, I believe, for I think this is 4 hours and 20 days. See if I can bring this up here. This is 180 days. I'll change this here. Let's do 20 days and 15 minute. And there's a claim that there's some support down here at 45.80. I guess they're looking for this support that's actually down here. So maybe even put one more support level on your charting for 45.57 on ES. We're going to look for these once the market opens and see where they actually are. Same thing's going on here in RTY. You're going to be looking for some support down at 2143 and possibly down below here at 211. 2.30. Yeah, NQ is looking very unhealthy. Very, very, very unhealthy in NQ this morning. You're going to be looking for some kind of a bottom down below at 15092.11. Mark that on your charts. We'll look at NQ right out the bell this morning and see where the real support is. And that last chart's going back 6 months. One other thing I want to discuss with you this morning is there is some dispersion trading going on. I'm going to bring up some tickers for you that are green this morning. And then I want to also talk to you about the safe haven plays in financials, energies, healthcare, utilities, staples. Those are great trades as we're moving through the beginning of the year here. The value trade's been very good the last few weeks. But they are not safe havens. I want you to realize that if you think that those are safe havens once we do sell this market, or if we do sell this market, in previous years where we've sold markets, we see all of those sectors trade down heavily as well. I'll take a look at the Bitcoin support levels on it. I don't think I have the Bitcoin feed on this one anymore. I don't know why. But I do have I have another instance of Bitcoin, or excuse me, Bookmap on another computer. I'll bring up the Bitcoin feed. It's gonna be just a moment here as it loads up. All right. So you have some support at the open this morning on the Qs at 37,199. Then again at 36,9.97. Light support at 367.86. And then below at 365. The hard bottom this morning really looks like it's at 360. So take note of these on your charts. And support is weak down below here. I want you all to see this morning. That support is weak at the 460 mark. You can see heavy sellers above at 466.06. We do have more sellers than buyers. The Hero indicator is flat. We want to take a look down below here. And when I'm moving this chart above, I'm looking to see where the real support lies. And I'm not seeing anything. You can see down below here, there's support at 450. So make note of this at 450 that there's some support. You can see support at 450, 447.05, and then down below at 440. And Spot Gamma this morning put out a note updating some of their levels this morning. I believe they said for, let me see if I can get this. I want to make sure I get this correct. They first said that there was an implied move today of 1.5%. Where did I write that information down? The claim off SG this morning was that bottom was 4580. We can see that there is no bottom here at 4580. There's no put wall there. That's all bullshit. You're basically looking for 460 as the feeder. This is last support right where we are on the SPY at the moment. Take note above that we now have firm resistance at 465.90. Be very wary of this resistance above this morning. We'll take a look at small caps next. And we'll come back for we'll go to IWM. I'll check Tesla. And then we'll come back I'll check Apple as well, and then come back for IWM this morning. But I do want you to realize that we do have more sellers, even at this level at 460. There is no support at 458 or 45.80, as was stated on SG this morning. And that the next level of support is quite far down. It's at I believe it was at 440. We'll look at that one more time. Where real support is below where we are right now. Yeah, it's way down at 450. This is a volatility zone down here, and this volatility zone does last from 460, let's say, down to 456.44, maybe slightly higher, 456.90, but then it's clear blue skies down below to 450. And this is ugly up above here. 465.60. We talked about 466, but it's actually as low as you've got a feeding supply of sellers at 465.29. My assumption is that this is retail panic. $465.56. Wish I had dated those puts for Monday and not Friday. I figured we'd get that dump on Friday. If I had held on to those things, I'd be printing some huge money this morning. I guess I can't win them all. So maybe I should, instead of, maybe you'd put that put wall down below. We said 4580. It's looking more like 4560 would be just more volatility until we trade down to 4,500. Price target on IWM, 206.33. We're back. We've been down here once before, I remember. We're going to take a look and see if there are any other even smarter money even below that point. You can see that support down at 210 has disappeared on IWM as well. The support, these might be buyers reaching above. There are more buyers than sellers right now in IWM. We'll add in the hero indicator. Yeah, looks like right now the price target is 206.60. There are more buyers than sellers at the moment on IWM, on small caps. Take a look down below here and see if there's anything else firming up, anything lower. So that is looking like major support at the moment, 206.78. Mark that on your chart. That would be your sell the IWM, sell small caps at this moment. There's nothing below at that point. This might be a nice rally trade, actually. If we can get down here at 206.80 at any point, I'd be a buyer down there. And if you're just joining us, you can pause the program, go back and check on the beginning of the program. We went through support, resistance levels, traditional levels. We went through what's stated out there, known for volatility levels. We looked at volume profile, we looked at volume profile, and then we checked the true levels for this morning's market on Bookmap. And there are some discrepancies versus what SG put out this morning. Not much, but there are. So we'll let Tesla load up here, then we'll check Apple, and then we're going to go straight back to the SPY this morning. Lots of grinding going on in the SPY. We'll see if we can break through the SPY this morning. There is a volatility zone between 456 and 460 on the SPY. The next support level would be 4,500. I do want you to see right off the bat this morning we have more buyers than sellers on Tesla. That does not mean, just because Tesla's a favorite, a dip buyer's favorite, does not leave it in bullish context this morning. It is showing that we have support at 978.15, 960.04, 951.65, and light buyers at 941. I'm going to show you a little bit deeper on Tesla so that you can see where the real money is. And it looks like they're down below right now at 951.44. We can go even deeper on this chart if you want to see. And your next target would be 900. And I'm going to run through a list at some point here. So I'm going to bring the SPY back up this morning. And then I'm going to give you a list of tickers that are up this morning. So if some of you are bulls and you want to get in on the bull trade this morning, I will give you a list of tickers here in just a moment. We have a slight break on Tesla or on the SPY at this moment. A break below 460. A tag at 459.82. Give it just a moment to load up here. Yeah, someone commented that Tilray was up this morning. Tilray looks like it's leading the pack this morning. Most of healthcare is up this morning as well. You have lots of call buyers stepping in on the SPY at this moment. Although we do have more sellers than buyers. Healthcare is up this morning. Parts of consumer defense are up, but communication services are up this morning. Here and there, you'll see some consumer cyclicals. A few financials are up this morning. Utilities, healthcare though is definitely the leader out the gate this morning. Portions of real estate, portions of energy are up. And we have triggered major hedge buying in the market this morning. So we're going to talk about this hedge buying. This is the supply zone here, 4580. This support area of support here on the SPY. This is what SG had talked about this morning. But I want to give you an update this morning as to some major hedging that has come into the market. We have hedges on Apple, September 16th, 170p, $13 million. We have November 18th, 170p for $17.2 million. IWM, February 18th, 204p. For $1.8 million and $4.3 million. That's that 206 support that we were looking at together earlier. The SPY just had a hedge put on it for February 18th for 446 puts. 446. And we could see that there's blue skies below this morning once we break through this zone here at 460, 458.50. There is some resistance down to the 456 level, but we know that we've got some clear skies below. We know that we have a ready supply of sellers above at 465. Google, there's a lot of these companies I'm going to be listing. These were companies that were benefited by bond buying going back into March and May of 2020. Google has a hedge put on it February 18th, $3.1 million, 2740p. Amazon, February 13th, 2800p for $1.9 million. NVIDIA has just a basket of puts thrown on it for January 14th, 250 and 240p. There's a little bit at 260p and 262p, but lots of puts taken out on NVIDIA at this point. AMC has puts on it for January 21st for 20 and 23p. On the flip side, there were two calls placed this morning at 9:40 a.m., two on Apple for February 11th, 170C, one for $1.5 million and the other for $1.7 million. And then Microsoft had a call put on it at 9:51 this morning for February 11th for 320C. Facebook has a call that was placed at 9:32 this morning for February 18th for 350C. Ford has some calls thrown on it as well, and that's for February 4th, March 18th, February 18th. Just a melange of calls around the 22, 24, and 26 strikes. You have to go through the options chain and see where those strikes are. There's also some calls being thrown at Uber this morning for February 11th, 45C. Disney also has a call for $260,000. February 4th for 155C. Viacom, my lovely, lovely Viacom was ripping this morning before pre-market. I need to check myself on Viacom, and I need to check for Hood. And Hood is selling off this morning. It's almost down to $15. So I'm going to probably be looking to buy that this morning. My little baby Viacom, been slowly talking about it. It sold right off the bell here. But if I can buy any kind of a dip on Viacom and Hood this morning, those are still on my docket for playing them again. Blue sky below. Yes, gold is not a hedge. Gold is not a hedge. And furthermore, if you haven't been short out there at all the whole sell the rip moments that we have in this market. So right now I'm not short and I don't have puts. I had them into Friday. I should have let them expire today on Monday. So I'm going to be waiting for the next entry to sell the rip. We know where it is right now. You can jump on board if you want to out there, but I feel like I missed the boat at this point. So I'm going to be looking for some kind of support, a rally, and then I'll sell the rip once more. I don't like being late to the party. So I'm going to take a look at Hood real quick and see if this is real support on Hood here. If at any point you want to trade the SPY up this morning, you're going to take that to 465.53. It is possible that these sellers could swoop down. You might be safe, let's say, to a flat 465, then get out of your position. The other note to make here would be that if you enter too early on a snapback play on the SPY, we could still see some sideways movement over the course of 1 to 3 days. Also keep in mind this economic calendar. You could have Jay Powell step in at some point and say, well, we're not going to start the QT side of things. That could snap the market back. And also remember this morning that even though we have these movements, these pre-made movements in the market, we know that rates are coming. We know that all this back. We know that tapering is happening. We know that rates are happening. But in reality, even though we had this conversation about QT that was noted in the FOMC minutes, that still has not been announced. It wouldn't shock me at some point to see Jerome Powell say something like, we're not ready yet to end QT. It also wouldn't shock me to, in the Senate confirmation hearings, to hear the Senate have some kind of kabuki theater where they're claiming that they're going to pass some kind of a law to continue QT through through a Senate mandate and not the FOMC, not the Fed doing, not the FOMC, but the Fed, not through a Fed mandate, but through a Senate mandate. I think that's all bullshit. But you know that you'll hear something like this to try to protect the stock market to some extent, right? They want to sell this thing down as best they can without crashing the actual market. And so, of course, they always overreact. They always say the wrong things and then try to backpedal, and it becomes this big whipsaw action. Now, if you are a believer in Spot Gamma, this would be the place that you buy the bottom on the SPY. 458, I believe 50 was where they said we would tag this morning. They said that was the quote-unquote bottom unless we saw more hedging activity come into the market, which we have seen at this point this morning. Though we still have more sellers at this point than buyers, and there are called dip buyers. Of course there are called dip buyers this morning on the SPY. Shocker, huh? There is some more support firming up at 45.50. Man, I wish I bought those puts for Monday expiry. I'd be rich again this morning. I'm all angry at myself now. I missed it by 1 day. Pure greed for outside the money puts. And I bought the calls for Monday expiry. I should have bought that straddle for both the same date rather than looking for greed. I was very greedy for Friday. I wanted this sell down on Friday to end the weekend on a terrible note. Print, wrap it up, and get out of here. So any of you out there that held puts that expired 1 day later, congratulations at this point. I think last week I talked about we are coming into some sort of support here at 1483. I really wanted it down, I believe, in the 13s. I'm trying to remember where I wanted to buy. This is where I wanted to buy it, right here. I really want to be buying hood at like 4. Yep, there it is. 1360. That's my price. That was my price target last week. So here I am again this week waiting for it to come to me at 1360. Maybe we get that one last capitulation moment in the market. That's part of that conversation is a lot of these things that we know are going to happen. We know that we're getting tapering. We know that we're getting rate increases. The reality is that we have some tapering going on of bond purchases. The rates are not that terrible. If you think about how we're selling this market off, we do have some large market cap out there. We know that we've got a basket of tickers that are way overvalued. We know that Apple's way overvalued where it is right now at $3 trillion. We know that these tickers were pumped up as a market hedge for banks and that they need to come down. But we also know that many companies have been selling down for almost a year. We also know that with rates at only 2 or 3%, it's not that negative for the growth of companies out there. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind as we sell this market down, that there is still a defined bottom. If rates were at 20% or 25% or 30%, I'd be calling for that same, we're going to have a recession, we're going to crash the market. But the reality is, if we're talking about 2 to 3 rate increases this year, if the targets for rates are 2-3%, it's not the end of the world for this market. So I'm still looking for this 1360. I'm probably going to wait on buying Hood. It's probably a good buying opportunity for Hood for the short term. But what I'm looking for is that last capitulation move, and that'll take place more than likely between now and March at some point. That's when I want to be buying companies like Hood. That's when I want to be buying companies like Viacom. We had the opportunity to buy them once earlier. I traded them twice now. I know some of you have been trading them for a while, but this includes a lot of tech growth companies that you guys like out there that have been whacked for the entire year that actually produce something. So that moment still isn't here to be a bull. Now let's take a look at SPY. Yeah, so I want to know if you guys think that Spot Gamma is on point right now, right? We know we had buy the dippers down below here at 457.14. You can see it down below. The bid here was at 457.10. You can see we had buyers this morning at 457.53. That was where we tagged the low. 450, or if the bid was at 458.49. Are you going to grab this bounce right here? Let me know in the chat if you're going to grab this bounce at 458.50. Yeah, the interest rate is still very low. You guys need to keep in mind, you have to have the two hands, right? You have to have the angel on one side and the devil on the other. I want you to always be listening to both sides, but I want you to look at the markets for what it really is. I want you to look back on the past 2 years. We do have tail risk. We'll talk about that this morning. What I want you to understand this morning is that you had quantitative easing that began in May, between March and May of 2020, right? So we had this explosive move higher. You know that there are people talking about tail risks that we could trade down to 250, 350. I'm hearing numbers some wild numbers out there. We could trade down to the bottom of the crash in 2020. We have seen that in previous years. We've seen that in the 2007, 2008. That's being hyped on social media right now. And sure, you can take that trade without losing any money with a putback spread. You can protect yourself to that and still not lose any money. Okay, so we've dealt with that, right? We've dealt with the tail risk. We don't have to trade vol. We can just trade the SPY. Easy, done. We just dealt with tail risk. We haven't even lost $1. So now that's off the table, right? The next thing that you have to look at is what are we really getting here? No, we've heard talk about QT, but there's no real QT being implemented at this moment. The reality is there is no QT. There's been no quantitative tightening. The money flow is still there. They can even just bullshit us and tell us, hey, we're going to loan direct or give direct grants to businesses. Hey, we're going to send $1,000 checks out to the poorest people in this country to get them by. Now, I'm not saying that's going to pass, but just that talk alone will bounce this market back. It'll regulate the sell-off from now into springtime. You also know that the rates are not that high. Some of you out there don't remember rates that were in the 20s and 25s and stuff. You want to talk about stifling an economy. When we get that high, that's the real doom and gloom stuff. So the reality is that even though we're going to have high rates, the rates are still low. They're still only 1, 2, 3%. So just be conscious of where we really are. And then the last point that I want to make on this is that accounts for tech even having reasonable growth in the coming years. So you already know that a lot of tech is sold off this year. The entire year of 2021, you know that we've only got so many companies holding up the indexes. If those get a nice whack, right? If we whack those companies drop the indexes down to a reasonable level, and you're stuck as a bear saying, no, we're selling down to 250 or something because you're all in on short or all in on puts, you might miss the swing back up. So, and I don't want that to happen. And I want to make a note about this because back in 2020 in March and May, I remember many bears that I was friends with in a chat room that I was in that could not see the turn. When the market turned, they did not believe that turn was taking place, and all the money that they made, they wound up losing. This is very similar to what bulls do at tops on individual stocks. We see it with Tesla bulls, we see it with Apple bulls, we see it with meme stock bulls. So it's not like it's just bears that are prone to this or just bulls that are prone to this. Just investors and traders, they get sold on how deep it's going to go or how high it's going to go. And I just want you to be able to see both sides of that coin, the reality of what they're trying to do. Now, we can say, yeah, they're going to fail miserably at it. I think that they do fail miserably at it. But usually when they fail miserably at it, we see absurd highs before that happens. You'll see the S&P 5, if the S&P 500 hit 525, 550 by this March, I would say to you, yeah, absolutely, we're going to crash the market. And that's what they did. They broke it. But for where we are right now in the market, none of this is unreasonable. It's not unreasonable how high we've traded, and we've all made lots of money on that trade. And it's not unreasonable for us to sell this market down to a reasonable level as well. So just keep that in mind as we continue to trade forward. Okay, so it looks like Spot Gamma's levels are out the door this morning. As I stated when we opened the market this morning that no, their levels suck today. So suck it, Spot Gamma. Eat a bag of Captain Jim James's balls, Spot Gamma. Make sure you tune in every morning so you get the actual levels from Captain Jim James and not Spot Gamma. This is too funny. I love this. Make sure you tune into the real levels every single morning. What are some of the next targets? Looks like all those dip buyers are shit out of luck this morning, huh? Just got smoked. No. I like Spot Gamma's levels. They actually work for me most of the time. I'm just breaking Spot Gamma's balls. Those guys put out great information every single morning, and of course you can't hold them to a level until the market opens, you know? If those guys put out the levels as they happen, they would have the same levels. It's not anything special that I have, but I just like breaking their balls. I'm not harping on Spot Gamma. I trade well off their levels. I make a lot of money off their levels, so I'm just breaking balls. But I know a lot of you guys out there are like, this is the level. 4580, baby. No matter what, it ain't breaking 4580 or 458.50, whatever the level is. But that's just not the case. The real case is this. There's full panic in the market right now. There are more sellers than there are buyers right now in the market. We know that the level of 45850 is not as strong once the hedging comes into the market. Remember that there's a difference between put buying and hedge buying. And you'll hit a target on put buying, but once the hedge buying comes in, you're going to see some real volatility. You're going to see some real wild swings. You'll see breaks through support and through resistance on both sides. This is too cruel for the bulls. Good morning, everybody. What time is it on my screen? It's 10:17. Let's have a look-see. 10:17 on my screen. I don't think there's much delay today. This weekend, I also worked on my bit rate to YouTube. There should only be about a minute delay at this point. And you can also, if you look down below at the bottom of your screen, I'm also broadcasting in 1080p, 60 FPS, I believe. You guys can check that on your end and see if my streaming has improved today. I failed to mention that this weekend I also worked on the stream quality. Let me know if there's more than a half minute or a minute delay this morning. Yeah, Joel, I agree. This would be a great week to get a correction out of the way. Tell us about Tesla. Didn't you guys see my Tesla talk earlier this morning? No? Have you guys seen my Tesla talk where I wanted at 750? And I'm a bull. Okay, so we'll look at Tesla real quick again. So I'm just breaking your balls out there this morning. Yeah, I don't think it's going to 750. And, it's not that I want it to go to 750 either. The reason that I'm bringing up 750 is because I have a friend that I trust, a hedge fund guy that I trust. And in a conversation that we had, this was back in October. No, this had to be in November, December. Right near the top, we were talking, and I trust this guy. He's a Tesla bull. And his point was not that Tesla deserves to be at 750 and not that there's any reason that Tesla should trade to 750. His point was only that the banks will take profit to 750 and then rip it higher again. Tesla's going way above 1200, but his point was that the run to 1240 or whatever, that's pretty much where they're probably going to take profit to that point. And I trust this guy to an extent. He's a Tesla bull. Do I think it happens? Do I think like we grind down to 750? Probably not. Is there a possibility of a market? Is there a possibility of a market capitulation moment? Yes. If you trade Forex, it happens often in Forex, you'll see brief moments of capitulation in the market, and it triggers sell orders on a lot of holders, right? Let's say you're a Tesla bull and you say, I'll sell the world at 800, let's say. And so a brief moment in the market, it's a trick that's used by banks, and it triggers you to sell your position. It gives them the best position. So let's say we're trading at 850 or 900 or something like that. They'll have this really quick moment where we trade down severely. You might not even notice it being an investor if you don't have stops on your investments, but they'll trade it down there so that they can grab that cheap price to drive it much higher. And to be honest with you, if those moments do happen on a stock ticker, you pretty much have to be watching it year round, every single day to catch them. They're usually very brief. I'm not saying that we're trading down to that I think that we're trading down to 750. I'm saying is that right now we're at what? We were at 987 this morning. You could have a moment of capitulation where you're not paying attention, where a large holder of Tesla could briefly sell, rebuy back in at a much better price, short the market at the same time, short other indexes. There's ways to short Tesla down in a low liquidity environment, in an overnight, let's say. There's a lot of nasty things that hedge funds and banks can do to drop the price of a stock. And whenever anybody tells you something like this can never happen, I've seen it too many times. You've seen it. I've seen it. We've seen it all over the place. So you can't say, no, it's not going to happen. So that's what I'm hoping for. If I can get that moment where I can buy in again at a low number, let's say if I can buy in again now this time would be 750 instead of the 500s. But if I can get back in there at 750 for the briefest moments, I'm going to be a happy guy. If we get close, if we got down to 800 or 850, I'd start dollar cost averaging in again, once again on Tesla as well. So we'll take a look below here and see if Tesla Q has any is there any kind of a truth to this Tesla talk that's out there? And I don't want you guys to think out there that I think it's going to 750, like we're trading down to 750. It's going to be doom and gloom. Everybody's screwed. All your options are screwed. This is more of a bank tactic that they do to get positioning. This has nothing to do with Tesla Q. Has nothing to do with the price of Tesla or the quality of Tesla. This has everything to do with one thing and one thing only: bank positioning. And that is what it is. So where does the bank want to be positioned to once again take Tesla along? And that's the big question, right? That's the question everybody wants to know. Where do the banks sit? We know that we've got some major support at 950. We've got some major buyers sitting here, right, with an order placed, ready to buy. We'll wait for this to load. You know, this is the part about patience, right? You've got more buyers down below at 900. So just imagine you're a Tesla investor. Let's say you bought this summer. You're happier than a pig in shit. You're super stoked, right? And you're like, hey, I want to buy into Tesla again. You place some orders. You place an order at 950. Place another order at 900. Does it mean that they hit? Maybe, maybe not. But you know that the weakest part of the year is probably between now and March. So you can place some orders. You've got another place to buy here at 920. And look down below. You've even got more standing orders at 850. So when you see things like this, when I see things like this in the market, under the surface of a stock, it makes me wonder. It makes me think to myself that there's a bank out there. There's some analyst out there that's saying to himself, well, look, I know that GS is planning on selling down Tesla at some point. You got another mark here at 800, right? These are all, you see these standing orders here? When you start to look below the surface of a stock, you start to see that there are some people that are smarter than us. And right here, 749.74. So I want you to see this out there, okay? I want you to see that there's a bank out there that does believe that we're going down to 750. They probably have 3 or 4 orders. Let's say they have an order at 750. They have another order up here at 800. This will load back up. It's at 778.55. You can stagger these too. It doesn't mean that you're going to hit them all. You've got major buyers here at 775 or 801. So my only point behind this is, you know, it's not that they're going to fill. It's that you put the order in. You put the order in now in case it happens when you're sleeping on a weekend. Let's say you're at home and you say something like, well, I didn't know we'd trade this low. I didn't know we'd go this low. And this also comes back to, how do you feel owning a stock, right? What makes you feel comfortable owning a stock? Do you feel comfortable owning it at 1,200 currently? Do you feel comfortable owning it back at 550 this summer? 560, whatever it was at? Do you feel comfortable? And people say, and you'll hear on social media, people will say, I just dollar cost average. I just buy every top. Right? That's what I'm always hearing from people. I just buy the tops. I don't care. My investment horizon is 10, 20 years. Well, that just sounds insane to me. What you do is we're down right now, right, in the market. So say to yourself, where would I be happy owning Tesla? And for me, I'd be happy owning it at 750. I'd be happy to own it at 800 too. So put some orders in. Place an order for 750. Place an order for 800. They might not fill. You might have to revisit it in 3 months and say, well, shit, I missed that buying opportunity, and maybe I need to rethink where bottom is for Tesla. I'm way out of whack. You do that for 4 quarters or 8 quarters, and let's say you missed the buying opportunities for 8 straight quarters. It's time to go back and revisit and say, hey, maybe I'm lowering my expectations too low, right? So you can start to track, make a journal for yourself and say, did we actually hit my price targets? How far off of my price targets? Am I being too cheap in my price targets? Am I being too aggressive in my price targets to buy a ticker? If your favorite ticker is Tesla, start a journal and look back as to when you actually bought Tesla. Look back on your Tesla holdings, look back and look at where you actually bought it on the chart and look and see and say to yourself, did I buy the best dips? If you were off by 20%, were you off by 50%? Were you off by 10%? Did you buy every top leading up to this point? And then you can have an honest look back in your own investment life and say, hey, I was able to grab these. I missed these. Maybe I'm a little bit too greedy. Maybe I'm a little bit too cheap. Maybe I'm a little bit too aggressive. And, that's how you can start to let prices come to you. Where do you want to own tickers? It makes you a better buyer, too, when you can look back and say, this is where I actually want to buy a ticker. You'll be shocked. I'm gonna put about a 70% chance that we see 1360 on Hood. I'll put a 70% chance on it that we see that number. And meanwhile, instead of me having to chase that number or buy it at $15 or $16 and then have the dollar cost average down to 1360, I'm going to be able to buy rock bottom on that ticker. I'm going to ride it up, be happy with it. I can buy leaps on it. I can sell puts on it. I can buy all kinds of crap with it, right? I can do all kinds of fun games with that. And I also remember back this summer, I remember on Twitter this past summer, there was a core group of us. There was maybe like 5 or 6 of us, 8 of us. Then we grew to like 10 or 15 people. Then we grew to like 20 people, then 30 people. Then it was 50 people, then 100 people, then 1,000 people. But in reality this summer, when we were in the shits with Tesla, there was only a few of us saying, let's buy this dip. I have posts where I would make a post about this, and I would get 100 comments that said, you're crazy. You're insane. We're going to trade down to 300. Tesla's going to go bankrupt. That was all Tesla Q. That was even Tesla believers. So, I look into these things before they happen. I say to myself, what's the worst that could happen to a ticker? What's the worst that it could trade down to? What are the banks looking to buy it at? And start to scale into that trade when things are negative. And just like Tesla was negative at the beginning of summer back in May, right? February, March, April, May. Right now, the market's looking like that right now, right? So we're in a new year, and we want to start to think about, if you're a Tesla buyer or Tesla bull, you want to start thinking about where and when do I buy Tesla? And for me, it's, anything sub 900 going down to 850 and 750. How can I honestly say 750 on Tesla is good? It's split. It was originally at 400, which is already ridiculous. I'm so confused as how anyone believes Tesla is even close to a fair price. Serious question. Yaman Tazvidar. Don't know any of these people. Why do I think Tesla is valued this high, and what fair price is on Tesla? I could care less about what anyone thinks fair price is on Tesla. My backing for the thing that is always odd to me is that Tesla's not a car company in my view. They're not a tech company in my view. I think that they're critical to the national defense of the United States of America. I think they're one of a basket of companies that we have relied upon since modern warfare to protect this nation. I think if you look back to Howard Hughes, you look back to Jeep, look back to Ford, look back to any of these military-based companies, that they are protected by our government so that they protect our country. So my viewpoint on Tesla is, I think that we have to protect ourselves against AI being unleashed by foreign nations, mostly China. I think that we have a huge brain drain in the United States of America. The greatest minds are not here in this country anymore, whether you believe that or not. I believe that you have to save what we actually do have. And I know that Tesla has problems with fraud. I know that Tesla has problems with shitty products. But I look at this from the perspective of a nation versus nation, or a nation versus the world perspective. And I'm sorry, I was in the military. I've had shitty equipment made by shitty companies. And I got to let you know that if you're looking for the best and brightest minds in this country, If you don't like Elon Musk himself, you can't deny that he has some of the best and brightest engineers in his company. When you look at a company like Amazon, when you look at a company like Tesla and Apple, and if you think in geopolitical terms into protecting this nation and protecting the Western world, the Western view or thought view in the world, you need to be looking towards your best and brightest minds to protect people. I know that that's a harsh topic to talk about for some of you out there. I know that some of you don't look at that or look at Tesla from that perspective. You try to separate things. You say, well, the satellite program is different, and you think the Boring program is bullshit. In reality, the Boring program has more to do with boring this country in case we have major war. It's to bore on Mars. Most of this is for humanity to live. So I have a much different view than most Tesla investors. I could care less about solar panels. I could care less about electric cars. None of those things mean anything to me in the long view for the USA. What I am looking for is for humans to live. I am deathly afraid of artificial intelligence being released in any capacity to have some strength over another nation. And I'm going to, if I'm one of there's this deep culture within the United States. You'll see it. You see it in the military. You'll see generationally, you'll see people that serve the country in some quiet background capacity. It's been going on since the birth of our nation. This happens in most nations. And these are the real movers and shakers. These are the people that ensure that countries stay countries, right? They stay in power, that they remain in power. Every country has this class of people, and they protect these modern thinkers. They protected Howard Hughes. No matter what you liked or disliked about Howard Hughes, he was a forward thinker. He was able to provide protection and aggression for our nation. And it would be naive to think that our nation wouldn't do the same thing and keep those people close to their side, right? So if you're the guy in the corner, you meet another bully, it's one bully with another bully, and you've got a friend over that's standing next to you, and he might come from a bad house, let's say, or he has a horrible background. He might do drugs. He might not be the guy that you like, but he's your friend. And if that guy can help you win that fight in that corner, you're going to keep him next to you, regardless of what anyone else out in the United States says, right? Tesla Q or some guy that likes Ford. And you already know that Ford doesn't want Elon Musk in that talk, right? You already know that a mature defense company doesn't want to add another defense contractor, a new guy on the block, into that group. So you know that you're going to have some resistance from those companies. They're always going to talk an Elon Musk down. But from the viewpoint of protecting our nation, you're gonna tell the old timers, hey, step back. We're gonna let this new guy into the mix just in case he can protect us. If anyone out there thinks that Starlink is about providing internet to some guy living in the mountains of Colorado, you're smoking crack. That is only about one thing and one thing only. It's a satellite net to protect us, protect the free world. It's to protect communications, and it is to shut down other satellites. It's to shut down internet in other countries. It's to jam communications. It's to shut down drones. It's to shut down missiles that are fired across the world to blow up our country. I know you guys don't believe this shit, or some of you don't, but that really is what Starlink is. If you don't think that Starlink is a military application, you're absolutely crazy. If you think there's any other company out there, including NASA, that's doing any kind of work like that where there's this it's allowed. Just think, if NASA tried to do that, to put Starlink up there would be blowback across the world. But Starlink, because it's a private company, it's allowed. Are we safe from stupid pump ramps? Captain, what about the divisive topic? I'm actually surprised that I'm not a Republican either. I'm a Democrat, if anybody wants to know. I'm more like you could call me, I guess, what would you call me? There's a weird name for the type of Democrat that I am. But I'm a military veteran. I've seen this. I've seen the other side of this coin. I'm actually surprised that redneck, pickup truck balls hanging on the back of the truck drivers don't realize the significance of Elon Musk and his importance to our nation. I know that this is a very divided topic for you guys out there, but I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen how this works on the other side, on the flip side of this coin. Liberal realist. Yeah. So, I'm a Democrat, but old school Democrat. But I want to take care of my fellow man. I don't want to pay my taxes. I believe in the defense of our nation. So I don't care what you do out there. I don't want you to mess with what I do. I'm a gun-toting Democrat. Yeah, I'm that weird Democrat, right? The one that they want to pit me against everybody else. They want to pit you against me. And you can't, right? I can get along with a Republican. I can get along with the hardcore liberal. I can get along with anybody. Well, I think I can. Yeah, I'm not quite a libertarian. Yeah, I'm more of a free thinker. I'm open. So I don't want you to pin me as somebody out there, and I don't like to talk about politics. But this is related to Tesla and why I believe in Tesla. And personally, you guys want to know why I believe in Tesla and how I argue for Tesla? I argue for it so that you guys stay free out there. It's that horrible talk. It's that horrible speech that was made famous with like Tom Cruise and Jack Nicklaus or whatever out there. The hard truth is, you serve somewhere in another nation. You go to a third world country. You go somewhere that's been war torn. You see things that you never want to see. You see things that a civilian in a first world country has never seen in general and would never want to experience, live through. You just wouldn't. You really wouldn't. And this isn't even third world country stuff. You go to a third world country and you leave a main tourist area, you can see some horrible things. And I'm not talking about like being poor but having great family and stable community. I'm talking about places where real bad things happen. They can't show these things on TV. You don't see them. Sometimes you see them written in some books, but even then, the horrors that you see in parts of the world, they just can't be described or explained to someone that's a civilian. And you don't ever want to see those things happen to our nation. And there really is, of course, I don't want this to ever happen to our country, or any other country, or any other person out in the world. But the reality is, in the background, that a lot is done for every American, even the poorest American, to live a somewhat comfortable life. I've traveled everywhere. I've been on most continents. I've been on most continents. So, Chris Zajac is speaking from a perspective that I agree with, but it's not the reality. So we can spin yarns all day long, which is fine. And I like spinning those yarns. I always like to talk about what ifs and what we could do and the debt and all these other things. And I'm all for that, right? I'm all for that discussion. I love reading and discussing those things. But we're talking about the reality of the world, and those are two different concepts that I have to be able to separate. You know what that brings me to? That brings me to market hat and Main Street hat. Let's talk about market hat and Main Street hat. Oftentimes, as traders, we wear our Main Street hats when we're trading, and you have to separate the two. When you don't separate the two, you're poor. We know this because when we were new traders, when I was a new trader, I'm sure that a lot of you out there, when you're new traders, you say, yeah, but I read this on CNBC, or yeah, I read this on CNN, or yeah, I read this on Wall Street Journal, right? And the reality is that that's not the case, right? We know that, it's funny. I talked last year about longing energy and oil, where I was talking about it all last summer, especially after Biden was elected. And someone said to me, how can you do that if we're getting rid of oil? And I said that, well, when oil becomes more scarce, it's going to cost more money. I'm going to short oil, though, when someone like Trump is president, right? If there's a Republican that's president, if the oil is flowing, I'm actually going to short oil. So you have to wear two separate hats. You want to wear a trading hat, right? Because if you had shorted oil, you'd be poor, right? And so you have to wear two separate hats. You wear the one hat where you say, which I say, right, I want to get rid of ICE engines. I want to get or the general use of ICE engines. I want to see us use less oil. I know that we have to use lubricants and plastics and all this stuff until they can be replaced. But until then, I know there's going to be some use, right? But I have to have this Main Street hat of what I really want, and then I have to have this other hat, this trader hat. And so why am I supporting a company? Why am I thinking Tesla's going to go to X amount of dollars? And I'm giving you the reason why I think we're going to X amount of dollars. I just gave you the answer. So when you say, why do I think Tesla's overvalued? I don't. Do I think that Tesla's going to be there for many years? I do. Why do I think that? Because of the defense of this country. That's why I think it. Yeah, Chris, I got you, brother. I'm with you, Chris. It's not that I'm not with you. I'm with you 100%. But at the same time, I have to wear those two different hats. I can't, when I have a conversation with my family and friends, I go to a barbecue on Sunday. Do you think I can have any kind of a normal conversation? Can I tell my friends, can you imagine me going to a barbecue this weekend and my friends have pension plans? They've got, stocks that they buy. We had Joe Donut on the other day, and he was talking about his dad and what he's interested in investing in, right? You got regular people out there that invest in this market. Do you think if I went to a barbecue this weekend and said, oh, yeah, by the way, there's a fair chance that the stock market's going to crash? If I went every weekend, the way Twitter runs, right? Every weekend I'd be telling my friends, hey, did you know that this weekend that the stock market's going to go from 4,500 down to 2,500 within the next year? You should sell everything, buy gold, buy a house in the mountains, put some solar on your house, get your guns, get your kids, hide your wives. If I told them that every single weekend, what we discuss, they would think I was crazy. They would think I was pure insane, right? But you and I can talk about this because we have our trader hats on. We don't have our Main Street hats on. We don't talk about this stuff with our loved ones and our friends and our acquaintances. Do you think I can tell my friends, oh, yeah, I just so you know, right? That's why I go to barbecue this week and I say to my friend, hey, guess what? They go, how was your week? And I say, well, I lost your salary this week. I made a bad trade and lost what you make in a year as an engineer. But don't worry, I'll probably make it back next week. My engineer friends, if I told them that, they would fall off the chair. They wouldn't believe me as well. But it's happened. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, imagine telling my Main Street friend, oh, yeah, I made a bad trade. I lost $90,000 this week. But I think I'll make back 30 or 40 of it on Monday or Wednesday. Can I talk about that with one of my buddies? You know, when my wife first heard that stuff from me, when it's real, and when I first tried to tell my wife those things, you know what she was like? She thought my wife was the kind of person where if you give her $1, she'll save it or spend it. But will my wife try to take $1? And that doesn't mean women do this. I'm just saying my wife specifically, my loved one. This could work as well for a man or anybody else, women with women and men with men and men with women, whatever. It doesn't matter. But as a trader, you know, my wife's not a trader. She would take $1 and save it. She would take $1 and invest it. She would take $1 and spend it, right? But she wouldn't say, well, I'm going to take $1 and risk it for $5. And if I lose 80 cents, I'm going to use the other 10 cents or 20 cents to try to make back that $1 and then again try to turn that $1 into $5. Like, people don't do that stuff in their normal lives. I can't see Hero. You can't see the Hero indicator? Hold on a second here. Let's get the Hero indicator. Is that better for you? Does that help? My ex-Navy nuke. No, I was I'll tell you guys a little bit. So I was Army, and I was combat arms. I was in the military for 12 years, and I wound up going colorblind, so I had to reclass, and I reclassed as a driver, of all things. This is pre-war. And from becoming a driver, I wound up being attached to U.S. Army Command, and I became an aide de camp to some salad guys, some guys on the high up. So I would I would travel around the world with these guys as they traveled, and then I would sit in meetings, and these guys discussed things in these meetings, right? I can't ever talk about that stuff, but when these guys discuss these things, what they plan for would, raise the hair on anybody's back. And so they have to have planning for these situations, and they need to be able to project force to defend our country. And, when you're just a little guy in the background, sitting in the back room, and, you can't really put earplugs in, you realize that the world is a different place than what regular people think it really is, right? So I don't know what else to say on that. I don't want to talk too much further than that. That's about as far as I'll go. Yeah, if I'm colorblind, how do I distinguish between red and green buy sell? That's a good point. That's why, my chart, my candlestick charts are white and red. That's true. That's true. So we are much, much farther below the SPY, and we're now targeting that 455 level that we talked about earlier here. You can see that this is where supply is down below. So that originally we had some volatility between 460 and 456, but it looked like that volatility had coalesced around 455. So we're at 456.87. This looks like it might be bottom, but in reality, the smart money is down below at 455.07. So maybe I'll be looking to take a long at 455 this morning. I'm going to wait. If I miss this trade to go higher, then I miss it. I do want you to remember, though, that we do have a supply of sellers above at 466. So this looks like a more viable trade for a bull at some point. If you want to start getting bullish at this point, you can see that the sellers are now at, they're the same place, 465. That's almost a 100-point swing, okay? So be conscious of this. I'm going to be paying close attention down below here. So I wound up closing my short side on Friday. So I missed this morning's sell down. I didn't want to buy into this. I didn't want to buy the open here and get caught. Too risky for my blood. But I will try to take the other swing above. And that number right now is at 455.09. These buyers might swing higher and start to grab or accumulate around 456. You know what might be a nice trade here is an in-the-money call spread expiring Wednesday or Friday or possibly Monday. Might be a nice trade right now to put on a call spread down here at 455. Matter of fact, I'm probably going to place one right now as we speak. Both my boys are colorblind, but I got them some glasses that help so we could stop arguing about colors. Yeah, you know how I found out was colorblind. So you can actually read heat map. Yeah, and we can agree to disagree on this stuff, guys. It's not like we have to agree upon everything out there. But I want you guys to see where I'm coming from so you can see. I like this bounce right here. See this area right here of support? I'm going to start taking a look at some in-the-money call options. It's kind of a nice place to buy something. If you're a little bit more risk aversive right now in the SPY, you could start to look at some form of a condor or a butterfly down here. If you're afraid we might get pinned down here later in the week, maybe you're thinking to yourself that we're going to have some real negative news coming out with the Senate confirmations later in the week. Maybe we have this one more sell down to 450. If you bought something that was in the money, though, let's say it expires in a week or two, it wouldn't surprise me to see it print. Yeah, I know that's dangerous, but sometimes when we start selling off, it's kind of like those FOMC minute trades that I do. When everybody's long, I'm going short. When everybody's short, I'm going long, right? Remember that. It's that contrarian trade. Yeah, I can look at Goldman Sachs for you. They did well this morning off the open. I saw that they were up this morning in pre-market. Yeah, we can look at Apple. I'll pump out Goldman Sachs first and then Apple. And I'm going to look at some trades for you guys if you guys are interested in some trades this morning. So here's an example. So a call spread expiring this Friday. Debit call spread, a 454, 455 call spread. It costs $67 in prints, or $66 right now. Prints, $34. You know, so that's a 50% print almost guaranteed, unless you think we're going to be below 455 on Friday. You could make it even farther out, another week or two out. I think we might get more volatility next week. But you know what you could do is you buy the 454, 455 call spread. You see the hero indicator is up here. We still have slightly more sellers. You don't really have to deal with another bounce or two. We could consolidate and run through to the end of the week around here. And we also have the next supply of sellers is above at 466. It pays 50%, and let's say it fails. Let's say we sell down to 450 on Wednesday on volatility. You could roll into a new position at 450 in the money call spread for 3 days, 5 days, and make that money back. Tell me what you think about that trade. Please hum or scat when you're not talking so I know I didn't lose connection. Gotcha. I do press a mute button here. Yeah, there's always a bounce after a sell-off. We will get oversold at some bounce at some point today. Yeah, so I'll do Apple. I'm going to show you GS, then I'm going to show you. And I want you guys to realize, okay, that I want you to be this is not a negotiable thing. I want you guys to understand this, okay? The hedge on small caps is real. Small caps is pinned. Tech, big tech, the hedge is real. I would not be trading on the bull side, tech or small caps right now. You can trade the S&P 500 because you've got value stocks, cyclical stocks, defensive stocks. You've got financials and energy behind it. So when I'm calculating, hey, what am I going to buy a call spread on? If I had to pick the three indexes, which ones are the safest? It's the SPY all day long. So here's GS for you. You're currently on some sort of a support, but you've got lots of sellers above at 405. 390 light support, 385 light support, 380, 28, 375 right at the $5 marks. It looks kind of top heavy right now. GS, if I had to say. It's looking a little top heavy. Real buyers, you want to set a buy alert at GS, set it at 370. Your real sellers are above at 403. We're at 396. So maybe the price target right now on GS is 403. This is kind of nice to see. I bet this matches up with 466 on SPY. And you see more sellers above at 418, 420, 430. You've got some sellers right now currently on GS. Maybe you can look for a localized buy on the daily at 390. And your price target right now is 403 on GS. I'll look up Apple next. You guys are gonna get. So I've got we got a website coming out. I built a Discord, which is kind of cool. It's got some options flow stuff in there, so you can look up options flow. I got some bots for you to use, and some trading rooms. I've got an investor trading room, options trading room, futures trading room. We should be launching these this week at some point. Lots of work, more work than I expected is needed to launch this stuff. So we're really going to look at so those call spreads are already printing, just as a heads up. Those ones that I shouted out to you for $64, they're now costing $70. That was a nice trade. So those are already printing. It's actually a pretty good trade. Hold that into Friday. Do I think we close below 455 on Friday? I doubt it. Maybe. I guess it's possible if we close it at 450. I got to look back on the hedging that we have that we have on the market. You've got some support here on Apple at 168. Real buyers are down below at 165. There was some major hedging put on Apple today. Apple's not the place you want to be long in. Apple sell the rip at some point. I mean, it's not even at some point. The bond buying, the tapering is in play right now. So any of these companies that have been holding up the market, like an Apple, I would be wary of. 165, 160. Do you want to see where you guys want to see where the real buy the dip is on Apple? Where the real money is at? 151.38. You guys want to see if there's any more buy the dip even lower than that? Any algos? Okay, so we're seeing bottom. The market believes, or banks believe, the bottom on Apple is 150.75. Buy yourself a put spread, 150.75. There was one other ticker someone was asking about here. What does pinned mean exactly? Call spread too soon, in my honest opinion, on economic calendar. Well, you can say that about a call spread is too soon, but the reality is that everything, including the banks, seem to be buying this bottom. So we discussed buying a call spread back here when we were down here at 456.46. You can see the supply zone here at 455. This firmed up out on the opening bell. There is another level below at 4,500, but you would need to see more hedging deeper. There is some, I guess SPY had some hedging at 446. Yeah, Discord should be cool as hell. You guys want me to do Amazon next and then Walmart? Yeah, every time I hear I would not be going long or I would not be going short, that's usually when I go long or short. If someone's telling me you shouldn't be going short today, I'm usually going short. And if someone's telling me you shouldn't be going long, I'm usually going long. Most times. 99% of the time I'm going long. I'm very much a contrarian trader. A lot of you guys out there know me from Twitter, and you guys know that I'm the dip buyer. Well, no, I don't buy every dip. I buy the real dips, and I buy them because I'm looking at stuff like this. I know the banks are stepping in down below here. And I know I can also roll it into a 450 call, make my money back, and get richer. So regardless, I know that I'm going to make money. Jim, what is my net worth? I don't even think my family knows what my net worth is. I don't even answer that question for my loved ones. They'll be lucky if they get money when they die. So what is this here? We're looking at Walmart, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Did I close this one out? I pulled this one out by accident. What's my net worth? I own multiple homes. I do not pay any mortgages anymore. I pay cash for cars. I have many dependents that rely upon me. Oof, Walmart. So Walmart has consistent buyers. Your price target on Walmart, although it does move very slow, I always recommend spreads on Walmart. Sometimes even just like playing condors. I love condors and butterflies on Walmart. Sellers above at 149.56, 154.10. This might be a nice indicator for when we actually do capitulate the market. If you want to see a moment where value stocks start to sell off with the SPY, that last capitulation move, you're going to look for Walmart to be around 150, 154. I'll do cost next. What's my net worth? That's a good question. Net worth's a weird thing too. It's weird. When you have stuff, it's not easy to quantify it into money. Sometimes when I've needed cash, like I'm like, oh shit, I need some money. I haven't always been able to gain access to it, which is odd as well. I thought that I always thought when I didn't have money, I was like, when I have money and I ever need it, I'm going to have it available. And I realized that that's not really truly the case. Sometimes it takes money to get your own money. Okay, so on cost, yeah, it's a nice little bounce on SPY. It's nice support. We got a great bounce on Costco too. Costco had a bounce at 509. We'll look at Costco on a larger scale here. Another market hedge, right? Costco chart looks great. I got to be honest with you. You've got firm support down here at 505.37. Bulls are very much in charge of Costco this morning. 508.20 is another buy zone. 509.06. The hero indicators doesn't work on every ticker. Specifically, it wouldn't work anyways on Costco. It doesn't trade like retail stock. It does have more buyers than sellers. I do like that that's clear skies above on Costco. There's a lot of faith in Costco. There should be a lot of faith in Costco. It's not going anywhere. If you want to know where the real money is in Costco, it's 500. You could either wait for a pullback to 500 to get back into it. You would definitely want to be selling the market if we break below 500 on this one. So unlike the Walmart top, right, you want to be seeing a break below 498.80 for us to sell this market completely. But there is great support here. I like owning Costco. I think it's a great ticker. Set some buy alerts, right? Snap a line in your own brokerage at 500. If we get some weakness, you want to be looking for this to hold. If it doesn't hold, you'll know that you need to sell out of your position, right? Tight stops at 499, let's call it. And maybe just sit in these. You could sit in this right now if you wanted to. Take out a nice weekly. You could take out a nice weekly a call spread at 500 on cost, right? I don't know how much it pays. Probably doesn't pay a whole ton, but about like a 500, 505, or a 495, 500 Costco call spread. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. You could also do a condor on this one as well. Yeah, there's no reason. I wouldn't buy a naked call, or not a naked call because that's a put. But I wouldn't just buy a call, right? I wouldn't just buy a call on the SPY. And we're going up. That call spread's printing right now. Well, it's up to six. No, it's down a little bit to $68. It needs time on its side. It needs the week on its side. But if you're gonna be buying any of this stuff down here, make sure you're buying spreads. Don't be buying FDs down below here, unless you're a seasoned trader. I trade FDs down here often, but let me take a look at the chart. Like if you were buying an FD on the SPY right now, more than likely there's going to be one more push backwards, one more tap, 2 to 3 taps before we actually head higher. Maybe not. And we're going to look at the SPY real quick once more. I want you guys to see where the sellers are. If you are in a long position on the SPY this morning, I want you to see where your price target is. Price target is, it's come down. So, nope, it hasn't come down. It's actually gone up. Nope, it's come down slightly. So it's your price target on the SPY. I don't care what spread you're in. I don't care how long you dated it out to. I want you guys to realize something. If you take a spread off this bounce this morning, right? Or if we get another bounce here, I don't care what day of the week it is. I don't care where we are. I don't care if it's 3:45 in the afternoon. If we're getting close to this 465, you need to sell out of your position. If we get close to 465 at the bell, right? They can sell the overnight down at 465, 466, and dump us to 460. So if you buy, let's say you buy a call spread and you start printing up today to 465. Let's say we go to 465 at 3:45 this afternoon. Let's say we go to 364.75 at the bell this afternoon. I want you to sell out of that long position that you have. If we hover around 456, 457, 458, you're probably okay. But if we end up trading up to this near this 465, like a mosquito to a bug zapper, if we get anywhere close to this today, if we get anywhere close to this to a close on today, Tuesday, Wednesday, no matter where you are in your spread, if it's long, sell out of it. Because there's a fair chance in one of these overnight hours this week, if let's say it's Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if we're getting close to one of these supply sell sides, they're gonna come down like a raining down from up top, okay? And they will sell us down into the next morning's open. You're welcome. To anybody out there that followed that trade, you're welcome. You could have one more entry coming. There's a fair chance of another entry. Usually when we have this bounce here, right? We have this nice hard bounce down below. When we get a nice hard bounce like this, you'll sometimes see a rejection. You can see the supply side right now. I want you to see this as well. The supply side is at 45713. If we pull back and bounce off 45713, that might be another opportunity to grab another spread. Write that down. Mark that on your chart. 45713. You guys want me to look at Wolf, huh? Haven't seen anybody ask for Wolf. I'll do it this one time. See this nice support building here? Got nice support building at 45739, 45741. You guys to see all this up here? You guys see behind? Let me see if I can move this out of the way here a little bit. Think I can get these icons to move out of the way, but let me check. I want you guys to see these down below here. Probably need to make these icons a lot smaller than 52. See if I can do one more thing here. Figure the add-ons. So we didn't quite catch. If you didn't have a position heading through the weekend, and if you missed the sell-off at the bell this morning, we were able to grab a nice bounce below here this morning. We might come back down and retest this number down below here at 457.40. Hope you guys are all making money. I'm going to bring up Woof. Someone was asking for Woof. Spot Gamma does not work well on these tickers that are low, or that are, I don't want to call it a low float, but a small market cap stocks, this tends not to work. But if you guys are really itching for it, your buy the dip is at 1637. You're sitting on some support currently. Price targets would be 1790, ultimately 1945, 1964. You've got major sell at 24.96. The ultimate price target would be 27.48. That's sell the world. You have more buyers than sellers on Woof. If you are the person that was asking about Woof, you can always pause this broadcast and go back and check the levels and then refresh the page and come back live with us. Making money on MES, baby. Yeah, that was a no-brainer play. When we tagged down below here, when we tagged down here at 45, we tagged somewhere back here. That was a no-brainer buying a call spread back here. You can see that we had support down here at 455. And, I'm not saying that we're not going down to 450. We can. If we see expanded put buying, we can go down there. We can see some... when you guys have to manage your trades, right? You guys all know that. You buy a trade, you buy a bottom, you buy a bounce. You have to know where the danger is above. You can see there's some resistance already forming here at 460. Just be aware of this resistance forming here. Coming into the 460 area, there is some resistance forming. You can actually see it at 460.07. So we'll probably check back down below here. Probably check back. See if we can. You might get one more test below here at 45733. But we'll check this. And I'm going to be looking. I end up talking to you guys too much. I'm going to end up trying to get by myself a call spread if we head back down here. If you're a day trader that's trading zero-date options, this is an easy way for you to figure out how long to hold FDs. Those call spreads have gone from $64 to $73 at this point. Congratulations to anyone that doesn't doubt me. Hang tight. Just want to make a note on the market right now. If you are bullish on the market for this bounce, you can pair trade NQ or NDX or the Qs along with a SPY trade, right? At this moment, we did break below support on NQ this morning, and it looks like we are trying to form some kind of a base here. If NQ breaks below 15.234, the SPY will drop heavily down to the 450 mark. But if you see NQ start to base out at 15.282 and at least gain some market share, then you should be fine in your SPY trades. So Chase was mentioning earlier he wouldn't be taking a long here. You can use the VIX, but you can also use right now NDX, NASDAQ, right where we are right now as a bellwether if you should sell out of your call spreads on the SPY or whatever kind of an ES or SPY trade you're in. As a break below that took place this morning on NQ, if we were to trade lower there, that would impact directly the SPY, the ES Mini, or MES, whatever Spider 500 product you're using. So you could probably pair trade those together, or at least use it as an indicator for trading the SPY. SPY will be a little bit more resilient due to financials, energy, cyclicals, and that kind of stuff. So if you're trading the NASDAQ, right, that would sell off faster than SPY would, and it would give you a leading indicator to if you should get out of your positions on the SPY. Probably even a faster indicator than VIX. Or maybe a supplemental indicator to the VIX. And there's also a NASDAQ VIX chart you guys can watch as well. If you are directly trading, if you guys are looking for that huge bounce in tech, you should be pair trading it with, I forget what it's called. I don't know if it's NVIX or NVX, or I don't know what the ticker is on it right now at the top of my head. I don't trade tech as much as I used to. I tend to trade individual tickers in tech and not the Qs. So I'm about to post on @CaptainsAlpha the 3 futures charts if anybody's interested in those. You can apply these volatility levels, these gamma levels, volatility triggers to IWM, QQQ. You can apply them to the SPY. This is nice basing that you're seeing. The QQQs look great for the SPY. You are looking for some resistance above at 375, 376. And the real sellers on NQs or on the Qs are at 379.49. I do want you to see that you can see these sellers here at 460.20. They did swoop down to meet at 459. There are some heavy SPY puts coming in at the moment. You can see that these sellers came down below. They're actually now a dollar lower. Oh, no, wait a minute. Let's see. They're at 460.13, and they've now come down right where we are in the SPY. There might be some slight weakness here. If you're looking for a buy the dip on the SPY, you could check VWAP at 459.076. That's right where we are. So let's see what happens here if we sell down from here, or if we are going to continue to trade up to that 456 we're looking for. Or excuse me, 466 or 460, 462, 465. Scratch that, 465.53. And I'm going to list some of these hedging, some of this hedging that's coming in right now. Be careful out there. So right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 SPY hedges came in. We've got March 18th, 457p puts, right? For $1.1 million. We also have January 14th, 450p for $300,000. We have SPY, March 18th, 457p. That's for $1.2 million and $1.1 million. And then it looks like a retail trader followed up with January 10th, 458 puts for $32,000. I also have a hedge coming in on Tesla. February 18th, 1000p. SPXL, January 21st, 120p for $114,000. Someone's looking to make some money. Also, I see SPX. SPX, January 18th, 4470 puts. That matches up to some hedging that came in this morning at the open for $2 million. I'm going to post some of this flow right now for all of you out there. I do want to warn you as a trader, if you are a bull, that when we switch from puts to hedging, we will not more than likely, but right now in the context of the market, we will more than likely at some point see those prices. Doesn't matter if it's just before an OPEX, but we have a fair chance of seeing those prices at some point. So be conscious of that. We are still in a sell the rip moment in the market. You can take that long that we took this morning, but I do want you to be conscious. If you're a bear, let's say, right, and you missed the trade on Friday, if you're a bull, you're going to be looking to take another short up here at 464.90, 465. You want to be grabbing a short up here. This is a sell the rip environment. So I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to leave the stream up right now, but I'm going to take a break real quick and start to show you where the hedging is coming in on the market, so that you have a firm understanding of what it means to be. See if I can get this slightly closer here. I want you to see this above here. Now it's at 465.88. I'm just going to post on Twitter right now. If any of you guys aren't following me on @CaptainsAlpha, follow me there right now and I'll approve you. And I'm going to be posting the hedging that's coming into the market right now, okay? So if you're trying to pick up a bounce this morning, you can grab that bounce, grab it in the money. You want to be selling out at some point. If you're a bear and you missed the last trade down, this is where I'm looking to take my next put position is up high here at 465.78. as close to it as I can get. If we get close to the close today, we trade up here. I'll try to take another short. But otherwise, I'm looking to buy the dip down below and take it for a brief moment this morning. Yeah, so I've traded NQ for years. Like, I shouldn't say I don't trade NQ. I've traded NQ for years. I've made so much money recently on the SPY that I've just been focusing on the SPY recently. Yeah, I'll bring up Hood real quick. Though I brought Hood up this morning. I'll bring this on a little bit more granular level. And Hood's going to take just a moment. Give me just a second. I'm going to post some hedging that's going on for you guys publicly, okay? So I do want to show you that there is some rejection taking place on the SPY right now. You can see if I can bring this up for you. Hopefully I can get a rebuy in down below here. This is that second bounce that I talk to you guys about frequently. You'll see that quick rip up. You'll see a second and possibly even a third bounce. So we'll see if this bounce holds here. If we can get a nice bounce here, I might... Oh, hold on a second here. If you had an algorithm that calculated the downside percentage hedged across put options for all the major stocks, could you somewhat anticipate percentage of correction we may be heading into? Yes. Yes, you can, Captain Ron. Yeah, the scalping is doing quite well this morning. So if I wasn't live streaming with you at this moment, I'd be scalping all morning long right now. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to cut the stream. Well, I'll leave the stream up, but I'm more than likely going to start trading myself at some point. It is 11:40. So as we head into this 11:40 hour, I'm probably going to leave you here and check back in again with you. If we have anything crazy going on around 2 o'clock or 3 p.m., you'll see me come back on. If not, you'll see me come... Well, how about this? If we see any major moves, you'll see me come back on live with my voice at those pivot marks. But otherwise, I have a bunch of work to do on the website. I got a bunch of work to do on the Discord. What I'll do is leave the book map up for you this morning. I'm going to check on Hood for you real quick. But what I'll wind up doing is I need to play some trades myself. Hopefully I can catch a nice bounce. Here's some levels for you guys on Hood. Looks like some buyers available at 1480, 1450. Again, though, I'm still looking for my price target. I'm looking for my price target down below. I think it's 1360 is what I'm looking for to buy. So you can see some nice support intraday. Support at 1480. This is really what I want to buy down here, 1360. So I'm waiting for this break below this capitulation move on Hood, and I'm going to take this higher. If you guys want to intraday day trade it, looks like 1482 is a pretty safe bet. But again, I'm still waiting for capitulation on Hood. So please like and subscribe this video. Please, this is a free sub. If you could please help donate to this sub so that I can keep this stuff rolling. It is very expensive for me to put this content out for you guys. It's also costing me a lot of time to set up the website and all this other stuff. Discord. We should be smoothing this out as we move forward. We're going to have some training classes that I've been filming for you guys so that you can see how I build this due diligence out, how we take trades so that you can be successful. 70 to 90% of your trade should be successful. You might take some little cuts here and there, but generally speaking, any kind of size movements, we catch a lot of them. So please like and subscribe to the video. If you're a new trader, if you're a poor trader, if you are making money, if any of this is helping you as a trader to make money, please help support the channel. There's a donate button down in the description of the YouTube channel. If you don't like to donate that way, I have a pinned tweet at Captain's Alpha. At the top of the page, you can donate there as well, and that is direct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my voice and probably mute just my little video down here in the corner. And then what I'm going to do is come back at a major pivot point or at the end of the day at 3 p.m. I have a bunch of work I have to do. I got to put some of my own trades on here and work towards getting this stuff out to you guys. I hope that this morning has helped you as a trader, so that you can see where the support was, where you can see resistance is above, where the real levels are in the market. Amazon, you guys want me to do Amazon? Yeah, okay, I can do Amazon for you. You're not a pest. You guys can pester me all you want. Don't feel like... I want you guys out there to realize that I want you guys to always be open and honest with me. I don't mind joking around. I don't mind snarkiness if it's in good fun. I don't like the nasty snarkiness sometimes. That kind of bothers me. You know, the people that don't want to share what they're doing or help people along as traders or investors. And if I'm not giving you something that you're looking for, just pester me. Be like, hey, Captain, show me Amazon. You haven't showed it yet for me. So I don't mind that at all. I don't mind anything general, like you treat anybody, any human in the street, right? How you treat someone that you just met or whatever. So that's all fine. Pester me all you want. Don't feel like you're making me angry or anything like that. Anything like that. If anything, I really appreciate you guys helping each other as a community. So when I see you guys doing that out there, that makes my day. You guys are fighting big banks out there all day long. There's no need for retail to be fighting each other. You guys should be back testing with each other, asking each other if you think this is a good trade or a bad trade. What are the pitfalls of trades that you guys are taking on out there? There's too much of that in social media these days. You're seeing social media as being reduced to the worst possible side of the internet, right? Where everyone's nasty with each other. I really want you guys to help each other out, okay? 455.12 looks like localized support. Oh no, we're on. That's the SPY. That's the SPY ticker. Hold on. So I want you guys to really help each other out there. Looks like Amazon's following VWAP at this point. You can see the VWAP coming up and supply coming in at 31.50. 31.40 is another intraday support. We are breaking through some resistance above here at 31.70. I'll bring this on a more granular level for you. Intraday price target on Amazon. Let's look for 31.98. You are looking for a good band of support down here at 31.20. I don't know how much longer that holds, though. I'm gonna try to make this a little bit bigger for you so you can see how much of a risk-off environment we have right now in Amazon. Because this is a nice way to look at the market here. You want to see where real support is on Amazon? It's down below at 31.02. 31.02 is where you'd be a dip buyer. If we swing down from this VWAP, this is where the buyers are looking to enter Amazon. So yeah, don't hesitate to bug me. If I miss you out there, if you're requesting a ticker and I miss you and it's really important to you, and if I can get to it, I will. If I can't, I can't. But I'll always try to help you guys out there as much as I can. You guys are awesome. I want you all to know that out there. You guys are fighting the banks, man. Like we need every source of the best information that we can get so that we don't lose our shirts. We're being forced into that. Everybody's being forced into that. That doesn't matter about your political background. Basically, the greedy are taking all the money from everybody. You guys know that, right? That's the plan. I want you to know that. That is the plan. Take your money and sit back. Put your money in a fund. They'll make you 50%, but they're going to keep 300%. They're going to keep 400%. You know, everyone's trying to take a buck from Joe on the street, from Jim Bob or Bill or whomever. So if you guys need to make your own money out there, you guys want to have your own future, I'm here for you, and I hope you guys are there for each other. Same supply at 466 above, 465. That's where the real sellers are. This is the same thing. You know, this is the same thing I say to a bull, right? Tell a bull, if this line was down here, I would say to the bull, hey, bull, wait until we get down to 460 or 450, and we'll catch a great bounce, right? Patience. Same thing for a bear. If you miss that trade, you are looking for 465, 466. You might miss that trade, but in reality, if there's a fair chance we're getting up here at some point, you can sell that rip, okay? So I'll see you guys in a little bit. I've got some trades I got to put on myself. I'm going to leave this stream up. Feel free to chat with each other inside the stream. Feel free to talk to each other, discuss the charts on @CaptainsAlpha, and I'll get back to you guys soon. Good luck out there. Any of you guys out there that are still listening to this stream right now, I posted 2 posts about XLV. I'm not sure if XLV will move, but I did make 2 posts on Twitter about the underlying healthcare sector this morning. That sector is very green in general. I did link to FinViz so that you can check the sector out. It looks like this heavy rotation. If you were to look on XLV for the past 6 months, it's trending up with a major support where it sits right now. So if you just track that trend support line, I'm going to try to look for some call spreads or something to post to see if that's a legitimate trade or not. That might be the next rotation down here where we are. And the healthcare sector hasn't participated in the sector rotation as of yet. I want to say since December 30th. And if you were to look on a chart on healthcare going back to October 13th, you'll see this is the third support for it. Could make a nice spread. Slightly more buyers than sellers. Looked like some basing this morning right outside of the gate. Yeah, just take a look at Captain's Alpha. I posted the turn. Let me take a look and see what I posted. Yeah, so I posted the FinViz chart. Just scroll through. It's not a chart, but if you just scroll through the entire healthcare sector, there was lots of inflow into it this morning. And then if you just look at a 6-month chart in XLV, it is promising. Hey, everybody. Hey, Avery. All right, I'm gonna mute this again. And yeah, so the SPY, we're selling this market just to give everybody a heads up. It's not that we're not selling this market though, but it's all about positioning. I just saw someone tweet on Twitter saying, "Go ahead, bulls, buy the dip," which is kind of funny because it's not that you don't you want to sell this market, but you're talking about positioning. So when you're selling this market, where do you want to be positioned to sell it? Where do you want to buy the dips? Where do you want to sell the rips is still important on both sides of that trade. So I always wonder when someone says, "Go ahead, bulls, buy the dip." I guess you could sit in some put spreads, and they should print at some point. But we all know that you could have J Powell come out on Wednesday and say something stupid. The market will rip to all-time highs. Something insane. We all know, especially if you're a bear, you know this, right? You know that it's easy for, at any point, someone comes out and says something like, you get someone from the Senate saying, "Yeah, we're going to do direct grants to people." You know that if J Powell comes out and says, "Yeah, we're going to tighten, yeah, we're going to raise rates, but we're only going to 3%. And oh, by the way, we still have tools available to keep some quantitative easing out there." Just something like that's enough where you find bottom. So just be conscious of that. And if you are I'm still very bearish here, but be conscious of where you're actually entering a short position. Be conscious that there are dip buyers out there. You can see the hero indicator, right, is telling you right now that people are buying the dip. So if you're, in a bearish trade, sometimes it's better to take your winnings, wait for the next entry to go short once again. That's how you maximize profits. That's how you stay wealthy and making money in this market. Okay, know when to take your profit, know when to capture it, then know when to re-enter again. And we know that supply of sellers is above at 466. We know that there's a steady stream of buyers down below at 455. We know that we really want to see 450. Will we see 447 or lower? I think so. I think we see lower. I think that it's even on the table to see 400 by March. But it does matter when you're entering these trades. It does matter when you're taking profit on these trades. Be conscious of that when you're listening to the cacophony of noise in social media. It's very important that you're timing your trades appropriately. Sometimes you'll hear people say, Tesla went up 1,000 points or whatever, 100 points or something, and I still didn't make money on the trade. And that's the difference between a successful trader, successful investor on both sides of that trade, whether you're a bull or a bear. There's a huge difference in actually making money in this market and not making money in this market. So make sure you're entering your trades properly today. Be aware that there is some support forming down below here. There is lots of hedging coming in. I do think we see lower numbers, but at the same time, I'm not looking to get short until we get closer to that 466 number. Even if we see momentary weakness this afternoon, let's say we see some momentary weakness at 2 o'clock, I'm going to still be looking to buy that dip to take it higher until we get to that 466 is really juicy. I really want that short. All right, get back to you guys soon. Yeah, just to interject once more. So I was short on my majority of my position. I took a huge position short on SPY on Thursday into Friday. I think it was Wednesday, or I think I don't remember if I took it. I took it live with you guys. I took a long put on Wednesday or Thursday, but they expired on Friday. I thought we were getting that dump on Friday. So I'm kind of pissed at myself for not buying them for Monday. And then I ended up buying calls for 480 as a hedge, a call hedge that expired on Monday for 480. So those were like 6 cents or something like that, 3 cents. I forget what they cost. But my SPY puts were super expensive, right? They were I think they were 20 cents or something like that. So only needed to hit like 40 cents to get those to print. So the move for going short, just so you all know, we were live here doing it on Thursday. Now, I picked the wrong date on it, but the move to go short, this market was not this morning at the bell, right? There's a little bit of capture this morning at the bell, but you guys all want to be positioning properly. Remember that. Remember that positioning and the date, of course, and how you structure it. And I messed up my position, or I didn't mess up my positioning. I messed up my timing for when that call ended, right? Or that put ended. But you guys, from the get-go, you want to be finding the right positioning for taking short. You want to be finding the right position for taking longs, and knowing where those are, because that is the difference between making money all day long. That's where the money is. You can't just be like, hey, we're down at 455. I'm going to enter a put now, right? Or I'm going to just go short right at 455. Way too much danger. You might not get burned today, but generally speaking, as a rule, you are going to eventually blow your accounts up multiple times until you learn. I mean, as a matter of fact, one time I took a short in 2020. No, it was 2020? I think it was in 2020. In October or November of 2020, I thought that we were going to burn the whole market down. I ended up losing I lost 6 figures in that trade because I was adamant that we were going down. Adamant. I knew we were going down, and no matter what, I stayed in that position. I didn't give it up, and I got burned to the ground on it. So I just want you to know that one way or another, if you're not learning from me on how to position properly, you will learn on your own. You will lose all your money. It is guaranteed 100%. Okay? It might not be this time, but it will at some point. You will position improperly, and you will get wrecked. And I made money off that put position into Friday. I just didn't make what I should have made, which is if I had dated it for today, I would have made a lot more money. So, you know, positioning is key, timing is key, length of your contract and the risk in your contract is key, right? So you have to manage your trades as you go along. But I got to tell you, like, I'm reading some tweets here on Twitter from some people on my regular page, and what they're saying is insano. Like, you have to position yourself to take shorts at the right time. You have to position yourself to take longs at the right time. You have to become that trader, because if you don't, you'll be like me and lose six figures. I mean, some guys lose seven figures, right? Some guys lose $1 million positions, $3 million positions, but you lose a few six figures positions. And like that day I did that, the day when I finally lost every last dollar, I remember I asked my family to leave, and I took a baseball bat and broke every piece of furniture in my office down to sticks. That's how angry I was. I've never done that my entire life. And I was so, hard-headed in that trade that I couldn't lose. I knew more than everybody else. So just please, for the love of Pete, to disregard some of what you hear out there about where you should be taking short or taking longs, because ultimately it's maybe you guys got to look on this chart right here, right? Even if we saw weakness back down to 455 today, the real short is above. It's right here. It's at 465.37. And unless some major news comes out that changes that, this is where I'm looking to take short. Now, even if I miss this short, let's say we sell off even today on some bad news or something like that, I miss this short. I guarantee that if I were to wait for this 10 times and you were not to wait for this 10 times, you'd lose more than I would win on that trade. Does that make sense to everybody out there? Because cumulatively, I can do the math for you. You will eventually blow your accounts up not waiting for these trades. It's a super tough lesson. It is and I don't like admitting that, because I look like I don't know how to control myself by saying I did that, right? Or my emotions in that trade. But I'm warning you out there. It doesn't matter how much money you make. You start getting into that. I'm going to break my rules. I'm going to break how I trade. Or I'm going to listen to people on social media. That cacophony. There's this noise in social media that tells you something's going to happen, but in reality, you start looking at where it really is. The next trade is above. Next trade is at 465. And if I wait to take this trade 10 times, I betcha I win those trades more times than I don't. I'd rather miss the trade than not take the one that's above over here. Yeah, it will happen. You're gonna get smoked. And you guys know I've been smoked. I've been smoked 100 times. So, wait for your trade, wait to take it. Then if you make mistakes with like in the mechanics of your trade, you can work on that, right? But you want to get the timing down as to when to take it. Okay? And so we missed the trade into this morning off the bell. The trade wasn't that large off the bell. It was too much risk for my blood, but we saw where the bounce was, and we're able to take that bounce, trade it up as far as we can, and then we'll sell the rip when that time comes. We'll see the sellers coming in by watching Bookmap here. Okay? So, sorry, I didn't mean to interject, but I was reading a bunch of stuff on Twitter just now. And I'm scratching my head going, there's just no way these people are traders. Or if they are, they're just blowing up their accounts. That's on both sides. That's bull and bear. All right, I'm checking out again. Good luck, you guys. All right, for anybody tuning in still, just saw a call come in for CLVT. That's Charlie Victor. Oh, scratch that. It's Charlie Lima Victor Tango, CLVT. They just sold the world. They capitulated down to $20. If you look at a year chart on CLVT, take a look at this ticker. The call that came in was January 21st, 20C for $120,000. And if you check the year chart on CLVT, it just capitulated. It just capitulated at a bottom. Sorry, I just whacked my mic. CLVT. Looks like the price target on it. This guy bought an in the money call, which makes sense. Looks like the price target on it is $24, but it's always better to buy a call that's in the money. And he bought it for January 21st. I might be looking to enter. Let's say you look to enter at around $19.72, and maybe take it for put some extra time on it, like a week or something, or a month, just in case this guy has to roll into it further out, a week or two past where he wants it to be. It's a nice trade. CLVT. Look at a year chart on it. Seems like this is where it bounces. All right, gang. I don't know if any of you guys are watching, but there is some heavy, heavy call flow coming into AFRM at the moment. I'm going to post that flow on Twitter on @CaptainsAlpha. This is the most bullish call flow in the market at this moment. No other call flow in the market is coming in at the amount that is coming in right now in AFRM. There might be a dip still. Usually, when you see call flow like this, there's a brief dip, so timing is critical. But I'm going to list off that call flow to you right now. It's January 14th, 79C. That's only 200K. But then we have February 18th, we have 85C for $6.3 million. Then we have February 18th, 85C for $4.4 million. And then we have February 18th, 95C, $5.2 million. That's a grand total of, I don't know, $15, $16 million in straight calls. Somebody's pimping up the market right now. There's call flow coming around the market as we speak, but generally, be careful out there if you are a bear right now. I'm seeing call flow across the market wide at the moment. In SPY, in the queues. Specifically, you want to be checking on AFRM. XLV catching a bid. CLVT catching a bid. AFRM catching a bid. Just be conscious of these tickers. If you see me looking through at tickers, if you see me breaking in, even if you don't hear my voice, and I'm looking at tickers, it is due to abnormal call flow coming in. It looks like we hit a major funny bone down here at $74. It's now up to $75. This is more of a cascade of call flow. This is abnormal. You wouldn't expect this today. Could be a nice little run. Hopefully we get back to 74.04 or so and make this run higher on AFRM. One other note to make at this point, I want you to be looking. You'll see here on the SPY, you'll see these sellers, this light resistance coming above here on the SPY, right at 460.16. But you're also seeing buyers stepping in here at 45.8.59. And if you just keep your eye down below here, you see this hero indicator is off the charts, bullish right now. You can see this looks to me like late shorts, right? Shorts that missed the weekend, which I don't blame them because it's dangerous holding short over the weekend. But you can see right down below here, you have a battle going on amongst shorts and longs currently. So we might see a squeeze at this moment on the SPY if these shorts need to cover at this moment. You could see a short squeeze that could rip higher close to that 465. Just keep your eyes on this right now on the SPY. You can see the exhaustion in sellers above here at 460.38. You can see this support being built down here at 458.86. This is a critical moment for the market. You would see shorts have to pull out of their shorts cover and possibly even turn bullish. Yeah, I can check ADI. It is interesting. I mean, I'll be honest here. I'm looking at my traditional candlestick chart here. And to be honest, on the SPY, I really wanted to see 453.77 to take a long there. We didn't quite get that today. I am a little concerned that we didn't see that today. That at some point we'll see that reversal, even if it's up at 466. You'll see that reversal. We'll have capitulation in the SPY down to like, I know we said we had some support at 450, but it should be somewhere down there, 450, 453, 455 or so. I would expect, this is what I'm going to say to you is that I expect us to run up to 465, 466. We sell down once more into a capitulation move. That doesn't mean you don't take longs here, though, or stay in longs. Just know where the moves are in the market. ADI, you've got slightly more buyers than sellers. Can't see anything on the hero indicator. 159.26 is your buy the dip. It's looking fairly bullish. Take that to 179.35. So if you had anticipated moves in the market today, right? Or forget today, just let's talk about price targets in the market, right? Outside of news or unknown news, things we don't know. Outside of the market closing at 4 p.m., outside of where we are at 4 p.m. or 3:45 or so, outside of whatever is expected for news coming tomorrow, you're going to be looking for the price of SPY to move up to that 465 area unless a wall of supply and sellers moves into the market. And then you're going to be looking for the next move after that, up at that area, down to that 455, 450, 499, 453, maybe even 450. If you see that capitulate, if you see us run up, fail to make all-time highs, right? Fail to make new highs, or just from the previous day, you'll then look for us to swing down, nail that 450, and then that would be when I take like FDs. That's when I'll grab FDs and not just spreads and try to run it up. There's no pin at 459 currently. These are just, you can see the sellers are being exhausted right here. You can see some come down right here. You really want to pay real close attention to this buyer-seller mix right here. And also just be conscious of the calls coming into the market. You guys have to know that when this many calls are coming into the market, so the dealers in the background are always working, right? If we have lots of hedging activity coming in, put hedges, or you can hedge on both sides. But if you see, they're always trying to become delta neutral in however the market feels at that moment. So you'll see dealers buying at this point, unless you see a wall, a cascading of hedging coming in at the end of the day. We have some more expansion. You had the put hedging down to 447, so mark that on your charts. And now you're seeing some call hedging coming in on the SPY. So the dealers are going to hedge both sides. They're going to hedge down to that 447. They're going to want to sell to hedge that, right, to make that delta neutral. And then for there's all this new call stuff that's coming in on the SPY, they're going to want to hedge that for the move higher as well. and I'll give you guys some numbers on where the hedge is for, or where the delta neutral is for the bull side of SPY. It's mostly focused around 460, but there is some calls out to 462, 466, 472. And as a matter of fact, a call heads just came in on the SPY for $2 million for February 25th for 472. So that does open up the ranges again. We have 447 down below, 472 above. We know that the supply of sellers are hiding out above at 465. And you see that this is becoming supportive right here. You can see that so we broke above this area here right at 460, and we've landed atop new buyers that are now buying here, anticipating that we go up. So we'll pay attention to the call flow. There is some call hedging coming in much farther, much higher. 472 is where that hedging is coming in at. Expect that sideways range, right? You're going to be looking for us to swing low at some point to 447 if things stay the same. And we are expanding to the upside to 472, and just know that there are those sellers hiding at 466. Try to pump QQQ. No, it's really not pumping. What you really need. Am I crashing on your end over there? Can you guys let me know if the book is crashing? Is my live stream crashing? Because I can reset this real quick if it is crashing. Willie Smoke Meat, can you see if it's on your end or my end? Can anybody comment if you guys are seeing the book map just fine? Yeah, it's herky jerky on your end. Is it any herky jerky at anybody else's end out there? Because I can reset this entire feed. Yeah, Willie Smoke Meat. What you might need to do on your end is go into the options of your YouTube player and just take it off 1080p, 60 frames per second. Make it a little bit lower. Make it a little bit lower on your end, because I am streaming it at some awful high bit rate. If you lower the stream quality down slightly, it shouldn't get herky jerky for you. Because I'm blasting this out there. You've in and out audio. Yeah, I'm turning the audio off on my end. Hold on, let me do some work on the audio here. I am turning the audio off on my end here and there. I'm trying to do some outside work. But you can see support being based now at 460. This is not a resistance level anymore at this moment. And so what are you guys looking for in a day, or not even in a day? Just let's look at from now into each close every day. Your price target's 465 or so, probably lower, probably 464. You want to sell that rip. The other thing to think about is, of course, news events that we know are coming down the pike. If we crank up, let's say we crank up to 463 or 464 and we go into close, it wouldn't be a shocker to see us sell down in the overnight. You can probably trade that in the overnight if you're a futures trader. And I'm sure futures traders are looking for that. If I was a futures trader, I used to be a futures trader, not anymore, I'd be looking to short it the moment that we get close to that 465, 466 number. And I'd be hoping that it happens in the overnight. And I'm going to be looking for that capitulation. I want to see that capitulation down to 450 at least. And then just know that of the three indexes, that the most dangerous right now are definitely IWM for not moving, and selling NDX, selling NASDAQ. It'll impact the SPY, but not as much, not quite like some of the tickers that have been holding these markets up. There's some real danger in the big caps. Not so much danger in some of the growth companies, but the ones that haven't been taken down all year long, talking about those, like the apples, like, and you guys want to be long Apple right now? It is, all eyes are on Apple to take it down to 150, guaranteed. That's the ultimate goal, 150 on Apple. So just be conscious of that. And, start snapping lines in your chart. Start looking for those events. Start looking for how long you can take this or when you can re-enter short. And I'd be really wary of J-Pow being bullish. Or not wary. I would be scared that he is slightly bullish. He doesn't even have to hold to it. All he has to do is say something, and this market swings right back up, let's say, to 466. And then you get some ultra bear come out the next day and say, no, we're selling it down, and we go back down to 450, right? So just be conscious of how the news is used. Be conscious of where we are on the chart. So here's an example. Let's say today we were sitting at 450, and J-Pow made a statement. I would expect J-Pow to be making a bullish statement. If we're at 466, I might expect J-Pow to say something bearish to knock us down again, right? So look at where we are on the charts when all these news events are coming out this week to see what they're going to do. They already pre-know what they're going to say depending upon where we are on the charts. I would almost suspect that they discuss it before they even, go public and live on what they're going to say. They want to know where the market is. They're going to manipulate the market up and down wherever they can. And you know that they want the market to sell off to some extent. They need the market to sell off to some extent. They can't, they use a hex or they use a hammer when they don't need to, but that's what they do. They overreact, they underreact, and they know that if they're not going to crash the market, that they have to bring it down to some level that's acceptable to everybody. Yeah, I know the ticks are herky-jerky. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, yeah, your download speeds are fine, Willie? I gotcha, brother. Yeah, you can see some firm support building up now at 458. You see us down here, 455. The target for me is 450, 453. If I had a price target, it's 453. But that doesn't mean we don't trade higher from here. This looks like the goal or above, right? This is the price target, 465.81. And you're seeing this support building down below here. You're seeing buyers stepping back in the market. They know we're not going to 500, right? So think about that from a bull's perspective. Bulls are like, well, we're not going to 480. And we're probably not, well, I know we're not going to 500, but boy, I know I can grab 459 and run it up. And that's what a bull thinks. That's always in the mind of a bull, right? That's always in the mind of a bull. So, and this is the perfect setup right here. Now, is this a bull trap right here and we trade straight down? That's where you have to manage your trades. You guys should have tight stops in your trades. If you're taking along here, you know where the support level is. You know that at 458.31, you should probably cut long or loose, right? Or you cut along loose here. You got this nice firm support building. Your price target above is 465.67. You have to decide and manage how much time you're going to put on it to get there. And you know when to cut it loose. You know exactly where to cut it loose from here. And look at that perspective. Look at that perspective of, like, I'm a bull. Like, do I think we're going, when we were up at 480, did I think we're going to 500? You guys heard me rant nonstop. No way we're going to 500. No way. Do I think we're going from 458 to 465-ish? Yeah, there's a fair chance of that happening. Fair chance. Fair chance of us trading up here, rejecting, and then trading down to 453 or 455 or 450. I think that's on the table. Can that change at a moment's notice? Sure. Put some type stops in down below here at 458. But just keep that perspective as to where we are in the market right now, okay? Yeah, I don't like Apple at all. The reason I don't like Apple is because we know that tapering is happening, right? We know that bond purchases are being tapered. It's one of the stocks that is directly impacted by the tapering. It is directly impacted by rate increases, and it's been used as a market hedge for a long time. So I don't like Apple. It's something that we know. Sometimes when we know things, yeah, it'll keep going up, but not in this instance. It had a great run. I'm happy for Apple. Everything is great with Apple. Love it. Awesome sauce. But there are other stocks out there that'll probably move higher as Apple moves lower and does some cooling off. $455 is fading. Yeah, the 455. It's because I've got it. It's not fading as much. Some of these you'll see that the 455 number. It's 454, 455.14. There's some more support. This is where the original buy was, 457. These buyers have moved up to 455, 458.82. And the real support is down here. Let's see if I can show you guys where it is. Right here. 455. Wait a minute. I got a lot of space here. Hold on. Give me a second here. Fading in and out on me. Just a second here. See it right down here. 455. Looks like that 450 has moved up to 455. But if we start selling, I guarantee you see this 455 move down to 453, 450. Guarantee this support goes lower. You see some of these buyers have stepped up from the 457. Now you've got support at 458.81. Buyers stepping up. Let me know what else she wants to buy so I can short the crap out of it. I agree with that sentiment. Yeah, there's lots of Apple calls coming in, lots of Apple bulls stepping in. I'm still not a buyer of Apple. I'm not a buyer any longer of Apple. You guys remember on Twitter I told you it was hitting 190 way back when. We talked about it hitting 190. I think Apple's had its time, it's had its run. It's going to be a sell the news or sell the rip situation. Not that you can't play it for the sell the rip or for the rip. I just think it's too risky. I think Apple's way too risky for my blood. Let's have a look, see where it's at. Got firm support here in Apple, 168. Then we've got 165-ish. Sitting right on support, 168.68. 165. I can see why bulls are wanting to take this trade. I get the point. I'm not taking it. That's just waiting for some news. Just begging for some news to sell it down. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I think I called 190 back in somewhere on Twitter. I called for 190 way back this summer, early summer, where I was talking. And then people thought I was crazy. Chaz Wilson, remember Chaz? Oh, that was Chaz that just commented that. Chaz, you remember that, right? My boy Chaz and I were trading Apple this summer at like 140, 150. And I was like, I got like 172 or something. I was like, but I got further projections of like 190. I was like, and I can't post that on Twitter because no one's going to effing believe me. Nobody's going to believe me when I put that number out there. And that print was massive. That print was like 800% or something stupid on a spread. That print was insane. And I think the Apple Bulls thought I was smoking something when I made that projection. Chaz was there though. Chaz and I talked about it. We have a documented history of talking about 170, 2 and 190. Here comes the rip on SPY. If there's capitulation here, you're going to see a rip higher. Say hello to the spreads printing. Yeah, I don't know if I like 121 and 150 puts. I like the 150. I like that 150 number. If you could date the puts, if you date like a 145 put an extra month on them so I put them in like April. And then that way what you'd do is you'd have like an extra month on them so that when we're down at 150, some bear buys like buy like 135 or 140, and then you sell them to a bear with a month left on them in March. So if Apple trades down, let's say to 150, you'd sell that bag to a bear and say, trust me, we're going down to 140, right? And then that bear buys that from you with, lots of intrinsic value still left on them. Yeah, we were definitely picking Apple. It was banging. So you buy those 150 puts, 145. I buy like 145s, maybe 140s. Date them like April, and then the worst, whatever the ugliest we're at between now and March, like the ugliest day that we have on Apple, you just sell them to somebody. Make sure that the strike is like an even number, right? Or even like a 5 or a 0, like 140, 130, 135. Typically you find lots of interest in those strikes, right? And then you just hand them off to somebody and say, trust me, buddy, we're going down to 130. Yeah, I agree with that. Hot. Apple News does get released at critical moments in the market. I traded Apple exclusively for a few years. But you have to remember that bond buying's going away. All that corporate debt bond buying, that was all directed at Apple, like 5 companies. There was like 5 tickers in the stock market that was directed at. So that if those 5 tickers, the juice is going away. So you'd actually look for like a Tesla didn't take the money supposedly. So you'd look for Tesla to hold the market up to some extent. You can actually see Tesla impacting the market more than it has in the past. And I think that's the banks knowing that they have to pump other tickers that weight the SPY and NASDAQ, the ones that didn't take that money in bond buying. So we're above 460.27. Are you seeing buyers or sellers stepping in right here? Not many. This is all short covering right here. That's exactly what's taking place. You'll see them flipping to buyers right now. You see these big green bars coming in. These are short. This is all short covering. Yeah, Willie, I agree with you on that. I do. That's the one thing about this whole entire thing that we're going through right now is the real thing that everyone like. If you're a bear, or if you want to get uber bearish, the only thing I've said this before, the only thing you're looking for is QT. You're looking for the money flow to stop. I'm not talking about the bond buying. I'm talking there is money printing going on. And when that ends, the market's doomed. And I'm reading all these black papers that are being put out by people. Like they admit, even in tail risk events, even they admit that the money printer can't be turned off. Like it technically can never be turned off. They learned this in 2007. So I read a private paper over the weekend, and this is like a not for public consumption kind of a thing, right? And these are guys that are the trading the tail risks, and they point out, in fact, that when they turned that money printer on in 07, 08, when they figured it out, they've applied it many times when we've had those tail risk events since that time. And even this last time in 2020, it only took them a month, and they started to use those tools. And so every time we have one of those tail risk events come to fruition, they have no problem turning the money printer on. So be conscious of that. Be conscious that unless they say the money printer's gone, it's bye-bye, this market will never fall. They will print it up so that you're paying $20,000 a month for rental for a house. You're paying $30,000 a month, just like in Japan. That's what they did in Japan. You had houses where the mortgages were 30,000 equivalent US dollars in the won. If you guys know some of that history, and they'll do that as long as they possibly can. They'll do it, and they'll do it, and they'll do it, and they'll do it. So we're starting to squeeze here in the SPY. We were just talking about this a few moments ago. You can see the squeeze taking place now. We're at 460.62. You can see the ripper, the face ripping rally. Hopefully, some of you out there followed me this morning to buy the bottom like I told you to. You guys watching me out there? We now have a flock of black swans. Yeah, well, no, yes and no. So, the money that it's kind of like funny money that's being used on Apple on that debt buying. It's all like funny money. It's not real money. It's not anything that they can do with buybacks with real cash. Hold on here. The Apple was used as, so you guys have to look at it from the perspective of the banks hedged the market with Apple. The banks used Apple as their hedge. They knew that they're using it as a too big to fail vehicle. You guys printing or what, brothers? I hope you guys are printing right now. Don't worry, I'll buy the top. I'll buy it at 466 cap. I'll buy calls at 466, I promise. I think we started out buying at 457. We just tagged out above here at 461. Yeah, that's the thing. The Fed is the investment grade bond buyer of last resort. Bank of last resort is the Fed, the United States Fed. That means that if another country's banks fail, they turn to us. We are the printing machine for the world right now. So the money will never get turned off. That's what you want to see. If you're an ultra bear, that's what you want to see. You want to see the money printer turn off. I'll go long at new all-time highs. Oh, too funny. Yeah, the FD puts at the bell probably printed. I can't live stream here and buy FD puts at the bell. I can't do both. I haven't been playing FDs often unless I'm off live stream. But I'll buy spreads while I'm on live stream with you guys. I can't buy the FDs right on the bell unless I'm not paying attention to you and paying attention to what I'm doing. Euroburn Boomer. I shorted 456. Why didn't you warn us, Cap? Too funny. Saving bear lives, saving bull lives every day. Can't believe I'm trying to help bears and bulls. Too funny. Good thing is I get to teach a bull how to be a bear and a bear how to be a bull. That way you guys can play both sides of the market. Win, win, win. A nice little trade right there. XLV is doing quite well. CLVT is kind of clunking out. I really want it to hit 1950. I might take a trade on that if it does. There was a bounce on hood. I keep not taking these hood trades. I really want to see that 1360. AFRM is just straight ripping. Moonshot. AFRM moonshot. Odds on ES NQ finishing flat today. Good question. I'm not as concerned. What you want to be concerned with is, well, I guess you should be concerned. Let's move the conversation from the odds of it. So you know that you're looking for certain prices. You guys ever notice that sometimes at the bell, it's just coincidental where we wind up at the end of the day? So start to think about that in the context of the flow that's coming in. We know that there's supply of sellers at 465. We know that pajama traders have a tendency to want to sell us down in the overnight or lift us up in the overnight. If we were down, let's say we traded down into the close today to 457, wherever we started the day today, I would probably close my longs. If we were to trade all the way up to 450 or 465 towards the end of the close, I'd probably close my longs there as well. I don't like being around those levels at the end of the day, but we'll be a magnet though to those levels end of the day. Not always, but generally speaking, you know that we will be. Just trying to manage your move, right? When do you take profit? If we're in the middle of, like, if we were in the middle, like 462 at the bell, I'd be thinking more about, are we buying or selling futures? What are dealers doing after the bell? Are they buying the night or selling the night? So you try to figure out what the MOC sell and buy side, try to figure out where they are with Delta so that they can become Delta neutral in the overnight. Okay, so the time delay. So right now I am talking at 1:30 p.m. I was wondering, so the slippage, when I first started making these over the weekend, I switched my my setup this weekend. And last week I had up to a 4-minute delay after 8 hours of live streaming. I think it's just the small second slippage over the hours. But this weekend, I was only a minute of slippage. If it gets to be more than a minute, minute and a half of slippage on your end, what I'll do is I'll shut the stream down and reboot it so that we only have that minute delay again. You mean how do I move these? You mean how do I move these up and down here? I'm needing more. Where was that, Henry? Henry? More words to describe what you're asking. Yeah, so I've got a minute. So I probably have a minute delay. That's actually pretty good. A minute delay is fairly good. A minute or less is fairly good delay. Anything like 4 minutes, anything like crazy like that is not good. Hi, Awali. How are you? Am I selling AFRM? No. So if you go on to, all right, Awali, can you request, can you follow me on Twitter? Follow me on Twitter at Captain's Alpha, CaptainSalpha. And I posted some call flow that came in on AFRM on that handle. And then I showed this book map showing support on AFRM. We bought AFRM for a win. And you can use this program. You can buy this program, or you can also get a simplified version of it for free, I think, on Thinkorswim. And I use this in conjunction with Flow Algo and Spot Gamma and a couple other things. You lose your hero cumulative data when you restart Bookmap. It doesn't seem to capture in the record data. Joel's checking in saying that VIX is dying. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So what you can do is here, so I can raise this up. And then I can raise this down. And what I'm really looking for down here is, see that where this hero line is? So I'm really looking to see if this hero line is going up or is it going down? That's really what I want to see. If I see the hero line crash down off the chart, I'll raise this up for just a moment and take a look. And what you're looking for, see this hero line right here? This is showing where most of the call buying took place. Okay, and you're starting to see the calls starting to drift off as we get higher here. Okay? And they're tagging up with the buy line right here. So you're probably going to see another push here coming up in just a moment. So I will raise this up and down, but if you are wondering how you can lower it, it's right, where is it? Right here. Nope, wait a minute. Give me just a second here. Now it doesn't want to work for me. And I'll raise this up and down throughout the day. And when you see this hero indicator, sometimes the hero indicator doesn't match the actual price. I want you to be conscious of that if you buy the hero indicator. I want you to be conscious of it because one of the best qualities of the hero indicator is if it's not showing it's a leading indicator. So let's say the price of SPY right now is at 460 and it maintains 460 for the next 2 hours. But the hero indicator has gone down for 2 hours or 4 hours. Let's say it's fallen off the map. You can expect not if, but you can't expect when, but you would expect lower prices maybe 4 hours later, 6 hours later, the following day. If you start to see the hero indicator going really high and the price hasn't moved and it maintains a high position, you'll expect higher prices in the future. And so that's the key about hero. And not so much how it interacts right now, but what does it do down the road? And so if you raise that graph up and down, you can have a look-see for what to expect in the future. Looks like SPY is resting on some support here now. If you're going to get bearish here, it does look like the hero indicator is falling off slightly, not a ton, but slightly. You're going to be looking for, if you want to be looking for weakness here, if you're going to try to take a middle of the afternoon, it's 1:38 this afternoon. If you saw some weakness between 2 and 3 p.m., let's say, you want to be paying attention to the book map in this vicinity here. If you see this reddish line right here, remove itself, like you see it disappear back here behind this vertical solid line, then you'll know that you'll find it will be selling down in that time frame. If you don't see this line disappear, you should see some support. Your buy the dip between 2 and 3 p.m. is going to be 458.65 for right now. 458.65, maybe 73. Sometimes these lines move up. That was a nice buy the dip this morning. Hope you guys are all making money today. Whether you grabbed the puts off the bell, whether you bought the bottom on the way up this morning. Hope everybody's having a good day or a better day than they normally are having without seeing this stuff. The price, we're cutting off the ticker fee. Okay, hold on a second here. I see what you're saying. Whoop, hold on. See if I can. Oh, hold on. Is that better for you guys out there? Is that maybe who's asking? Was that who mentioned that? Jill. Is that better, Jill? Can you see all the information now? Anytime, Jill. Thanks for saying something. All right, Awali. Nice to meet you. Thanks for sending the follow. So as we wrap this, so this is a free sub. I do appreciate likes and subscribes if you're a new trader. If you do make money or you learn how to trade better, or if I'm helping you in any way and you're making money, please support the channel. There's a donation box down in the description of these YouTube videos. I also have one pinned at the top of that Twitter handle. If you're a poor trader, I understand. I want you guys to make money first. But to keep this channel going, it does take money. It's cost me a lot of money to run this stuff. So please like, subscribe, and donate if you can. What else do I want to say to you guys? If any of you guys know anything about Discord, can you DM me on the at Alphas at Captain's Alpha, or if any of you are interested in moderating futures channel on Discord, or moderating an investors channel, like a stock investors channel. Anyone interested in moderating a crypto channel or a cash market options channel? I think we've got those 3 or 4 channels on there. Let me know. And if anybody has any ideas on how to back test or inside test the Discord before I open it to the public, or to you guys, not public, but just to people that follow, let me know in a DM. And then Joe Donut's working on this really banging website right now. So you guys should be able to, at some point this week, next week, I think we're going to meet later today. This week, next week, you'll be able to go to the website. You can become a member. It doesn't cost anything. It's all free. But you can go there in the morning, and at the late afternoon, you can get your levels every day from me. You'll get live streams, classes. You'll get charting from me. And then you'll see live flow on the Twitter handle, and you'll see this live stream every day. And you'll also I've got some bots inside that Discord that'll give you flow and hedging, I think, and some other stuff, some great content. And then if you guys want a place that you can go and chat with other traders, so you, like, as a matter of fact, a prime example would be this AFRM trade. I can post better details about the AFRM trade within the Discord. We can trade it together. I can then be able to come off live stream. What I'll end up doing is I'll stop doing the live streams on YouTube. I'll do the live stream within the Discord so that we can chat and talk. Yeah, if anybody's interested in moderating, if anyone's interested in trading in those channels, I've had a lot of in good trading rooms. You can have some great success if everybody's in on the same trade. It's got great success. I used to trade in trading rooms, and the positive trading rooms have made me a lot of money. I've done very well with them, especially if you're trading next to a futures trader. You get a cash trader trading next to a futures trader, and they're both using their own tools to make a trade on ES or on NQ or on RTY. You can make some serious money. Yeah, I wouldn't call the hero indicator right now technically weak. I would just say that the call flow is slacking off a little bit. We're moving higher. We're in a great spot right now. If you did follow any of these trades today, remember to take profit. Please, for the love of Pete. You know, if we're getting up to 465, 464, do not hesitate to take profit at some point today, okay? Please. Please listen to me when I tell you to buy the dip, sell the rip. Please listen to me when I say take profit. I know you don't have to. We can go higher. We can go lower. Yeah, I've traded with a lot of futures traders during cash hours. We usually help each other out quite well because they're watching different indicators than I am. You're going to be looking for, there is some resistance popping up at 463.89. Be conscious of that above as we move forward. Looks like some sellers are coming down below from that 465, 466 level. Yep, so I'm making a bunch of videos right now about when to buy in the money outside the money calls, puts. I'm making a bunch of videos right now. I'm going to have them on the website coming up here in the next day or so. Or I should have the website should be up. It'll be bare bones. But I'm going to start low. I've been making these classes from step one, right? Like, how do you traditionally chart? I know how you guys do it. So I'm going to coincide with that. Like, this is how you traditionally chart. Then we're going to look at volume and market profile. Then we're going to look at gamma levels and volatility levels. We're going to look at the book map every day so that you can layer how you're trading, how you can anticipate real risk. Like how risky is it for me to buy this? How risky is it for me to sell this? and so that you guys have a baseline for making better informed trades. And then from there, we'll go into the mechanics of how to be an investor. Like, it's interesting how people invest. My take on being an investor is you have to actively manage it. You have to know when to buy. Well, I don't want you to be chasing buying stocks anymore. You should be identifying banks that are moving stocks, no matter what's happening in the market. Yada 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 yada, that kind of stuff. And then we're going to talk about how do you relate it, or how do you roll this into being an investor or a trader in all these classes that I've got. And most of this is simplified. At the end of the day, these things become very simple. If you're doing this DD, if we're doing it as a community, and we're all paying attention to all these different things at the same time, we'll all kind of come to a consensus. Hey, we're going down now or in the next 3 days, or hey, we're going up now into the next 3 days, right? We get the general feel for the market. We got a general feel for a stock. We stopped chasing stocks. We know I can teach you guys even how to know which stocks to short. I can show you guys which stocks don't participate in rallies, which stocks don't participate in sell-offs, how to identify rotations, all that kind of stuff. And there's real simple ways to check on that stuff. Teach you guys how to trade vol properly, how to sell vol, buy vol, all that stuff. You're welcome, Brad. No worries, brother. Yeah, that was a good trade. I closed that trade out Friday morning, posted it on Twitter. I was skiing Friday morning, closed that trade while I was in the vehicle. And I wish I had bought them for Monday. Dude, if I had bought those puts for Monday, I'd be rich again. That would have been two of the bangingest trades ever. Well, in the past couple weeks. Last week's trade, and then this week's trade, or the week before when we sold off, and then this Friday. But I missed this one. I didn't time it right. Oh, I timed the entry right. I was too greedy. I wanted that. The Friday puts were so dirt cheap. They would have printed so fat if we had fallen on Friday like today. I would have made bank. Greed. See, greed? Greed clouding my head. Yeah, greed clouding my head. I should have just if I had the safe bet, we knew to short the market. I shorted the market on basically I long putted the market on Thursday or Wednesday, and then into Friday, I just bought some dirt cheap call protection. Now, if I had dated those puts for Monday with those dirt cheap 6-cent calls for SPY, it would have printed fat. I ski at Mount Holly. It's a local mountain, just a little dirt track. I have a Vail Epic Pass. I fly out to. I'm from the West. I fly out to Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, California. Spend usually a month, 2 months in the winter there. But with all this Omicron shit and the price of everything right now, I just can't. I can't validate doing it this year. Yeah, so the Discord community should be launched the next few days, maybe 1 or 2 days from now at most. I'm running through it right now, making sure that I've got all the roles correctly, that I have the rules correctly, that I've got all the other nonsense that you have to do in the back end before I open it up. Yeah, let's close the gap. Yeah, the trade to me, I think it looks like the real sellers are hiding above here at 465.81. Be careful of this down here. I want you guys to see this, okay? Where is this? I want to see where this is. So you got these sneaky Pete's up here. See this 463.94? Sometimes this little ice patch up here will be like you won't see it, and this line will swoop down and start selling. Be careful up here, especially in like close. We trade up in here, or if we trade up to this 466, it would not shock me to see us sell down in futures in the overnight down to 453 at open tomorrow. The trade was just like every other trade, right? So the long trade was this morning at bottom, right? That's when we took the trade. Everybody can join. I want all you guys to know this is a free sub. There is nothing paid. There's nothing behind a paid wall here. You guys, I just want you guys to sign up for stuff so that I know who you are. You're in the group. Nothing's paid. Everything is free. It's all based on donation. So if you guys are, my feeling is that people sell subs and people don't actually learn. They don't make money. They're not becoming better traders. They're not actually getting what they pay for. So if you don't ever feel like you're getting what you pay for from me, don't pay me. If you feel like you're making money, if your bank account's getting fatter, then, you know, when I was a new trader, I had a lot of bad experiences buying sub services, bought classes, bought this, bought that, bought all kinds of crap. None of it helped. And then I wound up meeting like 3 good real traders. These were hedge fund guys. I met them on a private, not a Discord, it was a subreddit, on a private subreddit. And they dragged me out of Wall Street Bets and they taught me how to trade. And I paid those guys. You know, I wanted to pay those guys. Those guys made me feel like those guys are making me money. If anybody's making me money, I'll throw you money. Trust me. You guys give me a trade that banks me some money out there. Anytime you guys make me some bank on a trade, you give me your PayPal and I'll send you some scratch any day of the week. Thanks for the support. Yeah, I do appreciate the support. I don't ask for anything from you guys, or you guys don't owe me nothing. But you know, some guys have made me a lot of money. Those guys, I want to be like, here's a tip, here's a bear. Let me buy you a bear. Whatever I can do, you know, because you guys know that when you look everywhere you look, you guys go anywhere today. All of social media is turning into this cacophony of noise. The news is being manipulated at all-time highs. Social media is all-time highs. Can't get legit information. Can't get accurate information. You ever notice that there are guys out there, they make a video for you at nighttime, and then you show up in the morning, you start trading, you go, shit, that guy's really smart, but he's not here for me right now when I need him. You know? So you're like, shit, what am I going to do? I'm screwed, right? I really want that guy here to help me along to help me navigate. And it's not like you need your handheld. It's that, you know, there's a part of trading where you do want somebody there to teach you, hey, this is not where you do this. And hey, this is where you do this, right? This is where you cut your losses. This is where you roll. This is where you add to your position. And if you can't get it that way, then how else are you going to get it, right? So that's not holding hands either. That's actual training. This is better than doing this with you guys live streaming is better than any training class you're going to pay $1,000 for on the internet. I guarantee it. Yeah, the Discord will be linked on the YouTube. It'll be linked in I'll announce it on Captain's Alpha. You'll see it on the website. But I know that this stuff here, this live streaming stuff, is where it's at. Because I can make you guys videos all day long. And the reality is that actually trading the market live is a whole different thing. Whole different thing. The execution, the entry and exits, the management of your trades are way more important. And you can't get that. So much FUD out there. You can't get that. I know you can't. I've tried. I've paid for it. And I can't get it. That was a fucking kick-ass trade. Sorry to swear. Look at that SPY trade is kicking ass right now. AFRM kicking ass right now. I mean, seriously. Look at AFRM. The banging trade. Still waiting on CLVT to hit my price to enter. XLV. Cranking, baby. Cranking XLV. Cranking. Cranking. I don't know what else to say. Another kick-ass day over here. Shit. It's a great day. Cranking. See if you can buy that off of one of these guys that make videos every night or one of these guys selling classes. Can't buy that shit. Took me years to learn that shit. Took me years to learn how to trade. I'll look at Oracle right now. Okay, so just a heads up, okay? You've got more sellers stepping in. Be conscious of this at this moment right now. You got some heavy sellers coming in on the SPY right now. That means the whole market, right? You still have buyers stepping in right now. Your real sellers are above at 465.72. See this white line right here? This is ice. This means that some sellers are stepping into this area. Instead of being high at 463.82, they're stepping in. See these green bars below? You see bulls getting ultra bullish at this moment right now. So you can take your profit and run, right? Or you leave a little bit on the table, take most of your profit, leave 30% on the table, see if you can push up to this sell zone above. Hutch, I 100% agree. Cannot wait to reload puts, my brother. Cannot wait to reload puts, Hutch. Trade both sides. This might be a nice short entry for people out there. I wouldn't hold it for long. It's dangerous, but I wouldn't. You could probably take it down to 459. There might be some people taking profit right now. It's to be expected. Maybe we get that weakness from now into, let's say, 3 o'clock. Then you get a buy program between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Sends you up close to this up here. You're going to see some bulls say, oh, yeah, I'm buying into the close. If I was buying the 3 p.m. to close on an MOC buy side, yeah, I'd buy that, and then I would sell right before 3:45. Yeah, and don't ever hesitate. Another thing to think about, too, is let's say we break above 466. Let's say if you're a bear. If we do break above 466, check out my regular Twitter handle. From Sunday, I posted putback spreads. They're free. They cost you nothing. Literally free hedge on the market. If you are a bull, if we go to all-time highs, or we go to 466, if we go to 472, if we go to 480, right, and you want to hedge this market for the rest of the year, look at put-back spreads, okay? They're basically free, and they will literally pay you even if we don't sell off. Put-back spreads, look them up on the internet. You can hedge this market down. You can hedge it and take longs. You can hedge it, take longs, take shorts, and still have a hedge in the market for the next 3 months. You can do it for the next 6 months, the next year. Look up put-back spreads. Trust me, put-back spreads. Put-back spreads. The only way to hedge the market. Only way to short the market where you can't lose. Cannot lose. Literally. Cannot lose hedging that in that fashion. All right. I'm going to take a break real quick. I gotta close out some trades. I'm going to close some of my trades with some of my longs right here. And I'm going to get back to you guys in just a bit. So what's going on out there, Playboys? You guys all making bank out there right now? Buying that dip this morning? You guys aren't buying the top up here at 466, are you? You remember what we say, right? Know when to get in, know when to get out. What's up, Michael D? How you doing? I see you in there. All right, just going to jump on real quick here. The SPY is getting weak, of course, heading into the 3 p.m. hour. Technically, on a classic technical chart, you're going to be looking for a bounce right at 462.21. Okay, so you're going to be looking for a bounce coming up at 462.21 on the SPY. Now, it's not showing that support here on this regular chart here. This support is disappearing right now at 462.21, but you are going to be looking for a reaction here in this vicinity. Now, I'm not seeing the buyers stepping in here. This is where traditional charting fails. So if I was trading without Bookmap, I would be looking to buy this dip right here. And you can see some of these buyers stepping out of the way. And you can also see many more sellers than you do buyers at this moment. So I'm interested to see out there if we actually bounce on, because in a traditional chart, if you take a look on a longer time frame, we should get a bounce right about here. Right here, we should tag an area of support. Maybe I'll post this real quick on Twitter so you guys can see it, why there should be a bounce here. And if you're a traditional chartist, why you would think that there would be a bounce here. So we'll just want to key you guys in on this. Actually, I'll actually tighten this line up. But I'm going to show you this. I want to show you this line and why it's important, but also why it might be a false support. I'm going to take a quick snap of this right here. And I'm going to point to this line right here. And I want to show you, this is the edge of the megaphone that we broke through this morning. So we broke through this megaphone pattern. We traded above back into the megaphone. And now we're at an area of support on the megaphone. So I'm going to post this real quick on Twitter so you guys can see it. And any of you guys want to check in real quick there and why there should be some support as we trade down at this level. And you can see on Bookmap this white ice right here. This is where support should be. I'm going to bring this back here so that you have a live view of it. You see this little bounce that just took place? This little ricochet right here? I want you guys to see this right here. Sorry, I'd paused the screen. I wanted to mark it on a chart. So if you guys are looking on Twitter right now, you can see where there should be some natural support here. If you're a chartist, if you're just a basic trader, new trader, any of that stuff, you're going to expect a bounce right where we are right now in the SPY. And so the question becomes, as a trader, am I going to buy this dip down here? Right? Is this the place for me to buy the dip heading into the 3 o'clock hour? Because it's 2:55 in the afternoon. The question becomes, do you hold your short at this moment right here? If you're going to take that short, do you close it for profit? Do you look to take a long here on this bounce area into the close? And what do we know at this point in the afternoon? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We have more sellers than we have buyers. We have the hero indicator. I'm going to show you guys the hero indicator here. And what's happening in the background. And you see this hero indicator going down, right? You can see the negativity. You see the bounce that just took place. You really want to see this hero indicator heading north, right? You want to be seeing that. You want to see the dip buyers stepping in here to see if we get that. But you get the early MOC buy side, early MOC sell side on Twitter. What time do they give this information to you at? 3:30 in the afternoon or so, right? You kind of miss what really is taking place. So I want to show you guys right now. You have a sell side imbalance right now at 3 p.m. It's 2:57. and we're still in this set. We're still selling heavy selling right now at this moment. Hero indicator is starting to bounce, which is a good sign. And we're going to be looking for what happens at 3 o'clock. In the next 3 minutes, we're going to check and see if a buy program turns on or if a buy program doesn't turn on, right? And with Bookmap, it's sometimes, let me bring this down a little bit here. With Bookmap, you can sometimes glean insight into whether we are actually going up or, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong thing here. And what we're really looking for here is this a real bounce or is this a fake bounce? And that's really what we want to know. So you saw the hammer candle, right? You saw us have that nice quick bounce. Question becomes, is this a bull trap at this point? And we're not really going to know if this is a bull trap, but it's a good reference point to close a short. If you had taken that short a few minutes or back, if you had taken that short above here at 245, you saw us ricochet off. You see the traditional charting showing that this should be natural support in that megaphone. But the real question becomes, do we bounce here and then slide down the megaphone into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Sometimes we tend to slide down that traditional charting megaphone. And so we're going to really want to pay attention to what happens here at 3 p.m. We have 1 more minute left. You guys have a little bit of a delay out there. But it's within a minute, you guys will have the information that you need heading into the close on the market. It's really bouncing off that level now, though. Yeah. So you want to see if the question is that a legitimate charting technique, right? You're charting a traditional chart. You're looking for a reaction off of the down here at this 462.20. I think it was 462.21 is what we're looking for a bounce. It's right in here. You see it right in here. See that 462.21? You're like, is this real? Is this not real? You see this support line? You see it disappear above here. It did show some support in here. But the real truth behind the scenes right now is we have an onslaught of sellers down in this right-hand side area down here. Hero indicator is showing that we have lots of buyers stepping in as well at this moment. And so we just hit the 3 o'clock hour. It's now 3 p.m. We want to see if the buyers really, truly step into this 3 o'clock hour. And that's always the question on people's minds. The real question in people's minds is, do we go higher from here? If I had to guess, it's only 3 o'clock. I will know more information by 3:03, 3:04. But if I had to guess, even if we trade up into the bell today, you are going to see a moment of weakness. Possibly you'll see a rip real quick. You'll see one more bounce back and then a rip into close. Yeah, we've got more buyers right now. Yeah, every day the algos come on. Every single day we get the algos coming on. They're being forced to buy. They're not algos. I shouldn't call them algos. There are banks and hedge funds that place large dark pool orders that need to be filled by the dealers every day. And so before the end of close today, they have to have a certain price for these buyers to either sell or buy at. And you see the hero indicators off the chain right now, going crazy. You've got crazy sellers right now versus buyers. The chart is implying, though, that we're going up here, right? But the underneath the surface, we have way more sellers than we have buyers at the moment. So how would I trade this at this point? So how to read Bookmap. There's layers to not just Bookmap, but you have the traditional chart. You want to be looking at the market and volume profile. You want to be looking at the volatility area, the zones of volatility, negative, positive, gamma, which is a bad description, but where gamma is. What is the viewpoint in the market right now is negative, right? We have a negative viewpoint in the market right now. We have more sellers right now beneath the surface. So my take is that we have lots of call buyers stepping in right now, but it's not impacting the current price. My thought is that we sell down, hit a bottom, and we're going to find some real support. Maybe we'll rip into the close. And this is playing out exactly as we were talking about a few minutes ago. Yeah, this is all playing out. So you see that fake pump. You see the fake support. And now you see some more sellers entering right now. We've got 7.1 million sellers versus 6.7 million buyers. And you want to see the buyers overtake the sellers here at some point. And so if you're entering, let's say you're like, hey, I'm going to be a bullish for a bounce. You want to be looking for real support kicking in. You want to look for, even if there's less buyers than sellers, you want to see the ratio of buyers to sellers increasing in a forceful way. Yeah, we could possibly buy some puts. I think the trade might be, we'll look on a larger time frame. I mean, let's be honest here, right? Us getting up to 464 is a nice price target to buy some puts. We can all agree on that, right? We knew that the price target was above at 469. Oh, excuse me, 465, 466. See the supply of sellers above here? They're at 465.85. That's pretty close to that 463.43. It's not too far out. It's not uncommon to see sellers step in from a higher level to a lower level, and it's not uncommon to see buyers step up from a lower level to a higher level. So it does look like there is some supply coming from above that is trying to sell this down currently. And so I'm going to anticipate that we trade down at this 3 o'clock hour, although it looks like buyers are starting to kick in now. So we're gonna wait and see how this plays out for the rest of the day. So I'll stay with you here into the close. It's not unreasonable to get where we got today as a bull. It wasn't unreasonable from the open to trade down to below what SG said, right? SG said we had a bottom, but we actually traded below it. And so that's that live data that you want. Like, you really want to know where you should be selling tops, where you should be buying bottoms. Got profits to those that are patient. You know what the one grabber always is, and bears know this. You'll see that one quick face ripper straight into close. We end up tagging that 465, and then you grab your puts. So we're starting to sell off here. You can see that the sellers are in control. And let's take a look below and see on a more granular level if there's a real support area down here. And a nice little tag down here at 461.93. And you see some buyers stepping in down below at 461.35. So make a mark on your charts for that. You want to see if there's a reaction down here. 461.36. You want to see this ice down here get whiter. You see they step in and they remove themselves. They stepped in for a brief moment down here. You really want to see if they step in. If they don't step in, we're going to look even lower, right? Start looking for levels of support as we trade down into the 3 o'clock hour. So the question becomes, where do you buy the dip into the close on Fridays? Hey, Desperado, how are you doing, buddy? Yeah, there wasn't anything really worth the trades were earlier this morning. The first trade was off the bell. The second trade was the bottom. And people have been in those trades and selling out of them for profit since. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, NQ rallied into the tick, reversed at Friday's lows along with Bookmap or Golden. Yeah, it's kind of nice to see. It's kind of nice to do the traditional charting, and then you're referencing Bookmap to either match the story or not match the story, right? Yeah, we made some great trades today. The 2-year is at the day's high. Yep. So we're looking to see if we're going to find any support here into the close. You can see that the support is disappearing over here. There's some light support coming back in down here at 461.36. I have it marked on my chart at like 461.39. It's notable to check that out. If I had to guess though, let's see where real support is down here. And real support is at 458.70. Maybe make another note on your charting at 458.70. So if you're short here, that would be the price target into the close. Maybe slightly above in case the buyers swoop up. You see that big price target, that big boy down there? This is where someone wants to buy, big money wants to buy. And they might not get that buy. But you do have a sell program on right now. So Bookmap is used by professional traders. Maybe some small hedge funds use it. There's some others that are out there that I highly recommend too. I always recommend what's the one that I used to use? I used to use forget the name of it. Not Net. This is like similar to like what Ninja Trader uses and just like professional traders. But if you're looking for like a hedge fund type software, there's some better ones. They're very expensive though. I think if you're a professional, you pay like $300 or $500 or something a month. Yeah, that wedge should be some form of support, even if it's just respected by traders that trade with traditional techniques, right? You have traders out there that trade using Elliott Wave. You got traders that use just regular old wedges and channels. You've got people that trust those levels. And so you do want to be looking for, is there any reaction at this level? Right now, though, it looks like the real buyers are down at 458.74. You really want to see the buyers step in to see this go up into the close. Yeah, I wouldn't expect a ramp. This is another weird spot too, right? So another weird thing about this is you ever see like volatility go through the roof and then it doesn't matter what the announcement's going to be. The volatility or SPY doesn't dump, but volatility goes up. It's like, which product are you trading? Are you trading the right product for the event that's coming up? And I don't like that we haven't sold down to 450 yet, or around there, 455, 453. If I was Jay Powell, I'd try to knock it down to that point, like 450, 453, and then maybe you send out one of these uber bear little Fed shares out, and they try to pump the market afterwards. And if any of you guys are just tuning in, I hope that you're able to see the economic calendar that we have ahead of us this week. It is just loaded with volatility. Loaded with volatility. Like tomorrow's calendar is hot mess. Maybe you see a ripper into close. I think that's possible. Bears know this, right? Bears always know this. You end up entering the trades at the wrong time. You're like, we're going short here. We are going short here, but we rip into close, then we go down another 10 points or something, another 100 points or so. Not 10 points, like 100 points. We had a big, giant red bar. We now have 7.25 million versus sellers versus 7 million buyers. If you wanted to take the long trade on a good announcement from the Fed Chair Powell, I always tend to wait until just before the event starts, and I check to see where everybody is. If everyone's on the short side, I'll take the long side. If everybody's on the long side, I'll take the short side. I do the opposite of what everyone else is doing in those moments. Because the market makers don't want to pay you, because everybody knows that everybody knows. Okay. Hutch is asking about Oracle. I think he's asked a few times. So we'll do Oracle, ORCL. Right? Yeah, I think that's Oracle. Subscribe. So let that load up in the background. So I want you guys to always stay charting traditional. Always do a chart traditional. Do it on the intraday, do it on a 5-day, a month, a year, 3 months. And then you want to layer that with looking at or checking in throughout the day on a volume profile, on a market profile. And then I want you to be looking at volatility, areas of volatility that are all over the internet. You can get them from me, from other people. Then I want you to look at Bookmap, and you layer all of these tools in your toolbox. And then when it comes time for you to decide to take a trade, you can say, where's the real money at? What are we really doing? Is that bull channel really or is that bull flag really a bear flag and we just don't know it? Or is it an actual bull flag? Is it actually a bear flag? And if you can't get an answer after looking at all that stuff, maybe you pass on the trade until it does, right? Until you get you're adding your ones and your twos up and you say, I'm adding this up and it's not really becoming a 5. I added 2 plus 2 plus 1 and I got 3. So maybe it's not clear enough. Maybe you wait until 2 plus 2 plus 1 equals 5 and you say, I'll take that trade, right? So then when it becomes more of a sure thing, you start to look at all the different pieces and you say, oh, this is matching up right now. That's when you know you can take that trade. So I'll bounce back to SPY here in just a minute. You've got some fierce resistance at 89.46. If Oracle had some good news, yes, it'll definitely fly. You've got hard support down below at 85.12. But this looks sketchy to me, seeing this. See this support here? It might break above. You've got more sellers than buyers. You could possibly get to 89.79. But in reality, this trading area is really small. 85 to 90, that's real tight. I wonder if they're expecting some news. If they're expecting any kind of positive news, it could be a really nice squeeze. But this could also turn into a rejection. You have more sellers than you have buyers as well in Oracle. Dangerous. It's a dangerous trade. Both ways. Bull or bear. I don't like it. I don't like that trade on either side. Very risky. You'd have to look at more information. So now nice bounce on the SPY at this moment. Can I get my picture back up here or no? Sweet. I'm back. All right. So I'm back on live stream. I think the move is go short 89. Tesla. You guys want me to do Tesla? Guys are savages. It's one thing I'll give Tesla gang is always buying the dip. They don't care. I give a lot of respect for that. I can't say whether you like or dislike Tesla. I cannot say that you can't have. What is going on here? I can't say that I don't have respect for that. Like Tesla gang, they don't care. They buy every dip. I like that about traders. It's that never give up attitude. We'll come back to Tesla in just a moment once it loads up. Let's see if we can get a better viewpoint. And then the next question is this. Are dealers going to buy futures or are they going to sell futures? That's your next question you want to ask yourself as we head into this close. Let me know what you think out there. Do you think that this is Captain Jim James with WNBC. How's that? You like that voice? You like that? It's not a bad voice, right? Could be worse. That's my real voice in real life. I gave up after losing 13 weeks ago on buying all the dips on Tesla. Yeah, that happens. It's happened to me as well. So we're going to load Tesla up. This is my real voice in real life. This is how I talk. The microphone that I had before, it was really terrible. What you guys are reclaiming? Tesla's reclaiming. I love Tesla because it can't be below 1020. 1020 is bad. Tesla's just bashing. Look at Tesla, you dirty dog. Just reclaiming it. So Tesla does need to stay above 1,000, but in reality, it needed to stay above 1020 and 1040 specifically. I'd be careful into the close on Tesla here. Your target above 1050 is 1090. That would be a pretty big move for SPY if Tesla got up to 1090. You have some serious puts coming in right now, even though you have lots of buyers on Tesla. This would be a place to take profit, to be safe. But I know that none of you guys are safe. There are a lot of bears stepping in right now on Tesla. Tesla. Just take yourself off camera. Isn't that terrible? I got that. It's weird. I got this weird orange glow. I have to fuck with the lights or something. I love Bob's Burgers. None of you guys are safe. Yeah, I'm not ultra bullish right now. I think everything is sell the rip. I think if Tesla goes to 1090, I'm going to be selling the rip on SPY or the Qs. Be real careful here. This looks very dangerous. I got to check it out. Might be a rip coming up, though. There could be a rip coming up. I was just having a conversation with somebody and saying that the whole interplay in the market right now, you could see the indexes coming down, right? Whereas all these companies that have been knocked down for a year stay up, right? So the indexes got knocked down. All these companies that got knocked down for the year, they stay where they are. You see anyone that hid in cyclicals and value, they get knocked down, but their prices stay the same that they entered when this began. And then at the same time, you see a company like Tesla stay up because they didn't accept money in the bond program. They weren't a part of that bond program. So they might be like one of the companies that actually holds up the indexes from an actual crash. The indexes come down, but not like Apple would come down. The interplay in that whole move is complex. I'd have to draw it out on a board or something like that. Maybe they'll just park the SPY right into close. It's kind of looking like it. If I had to guess, they park this. So the question becomes, are they going to, a dealer's going to buy the SPY futures? Are they going to sell futures? What do you guys think? I'll tell you what I think. You guys tell me what you think. Yeah, so that's another thing too. You can see the VIX go up, right? Crank into close. You might not see SPY move, but you'll see VIX go through the roof into close. You'll see VIX spike in the morning, but you might not see the SPY dump in the morning because the dealers bought the futures. They're hedging. They're delta neutral. The VIX is more of a true indicator for the volatility and the fair in the market, but you don't have the dealers buying the hedge in the overnight like you do in the SPY. Yeah, Faraz is saying that they bought in the AM when the puts came in. And I agree with that statement. Yeah, the velocity that's needed for a crash. I just went through some charts with a guy here off camera and off audio. And I'm going to talk to you guys about this. And we need to do a later video where I go through the mechanics of how we get that black swan event, the tail risks and how they work, how you hedge against those tail risks, what events would make them take place, and the mechanics and the move, this grand rotation that's going on right now in the market, how we could see the market trade down, and how an event would need to take place to have this happen. It's complicated, but it can be simplified to an extent. Now, I've got some stuff to show you guys in the back end of this broadcast. I got to get you guys on a website so I can share some stuff with you that I can't share publicly from research firms. It's not public information. Yeah, I think I'd buy this. I'd buy the SPY right now, and then I would sell it right at the bell. That's what I would do with FDs. Now, this isn't Spot Gamma stuff. That Spot Gamma is not the only thing that I use, but a lot of the stuff, some of the stuff that I use, I can't share publicly. I can share it in like a Discord or something, but I can't just like start talking about it on YouTube. I can't post it on Twitter, that kind of shit. That's right. So Faraz knows all about this. No, so I do buy equities for long term. I am constantly trading, but if I'm buying an equity for a long term, I buy it from a bank's perspective. So let's say I buy stock AYZ at $10 and stock AYZ goes to $40. Do I hold it at 40? No. I will sell for profit with the banks, and then I'll re-enter it where the banks want to re-enter it. You used to leave that up to money managers, right? You had fund managers, money managers that would handle that for you. And now you as an active trader, even if you're investing, it's not as simple as saying, well, I'm going to buy XYZ stock at $10 and hold it for 10 years. It's not how things work in the real world. So I usually use Tesla as that example. So some of you will say things like, well, Tesla is worth $20,000. It may be worth $20,000. And it may be that we could drive it up to $20,000. But hedge funds, family offices, banks want to make money on the way there. So they'll make money on the way up, on the way down, on the way up, on the way down, on the way up, on the way down until it gets $20,000. Or like Apple. I think Apple stock is actually worth like something stupid. It's worth like 15 or 20 grand. Could be less. Don't quote me on that one. But I used to know all these numbers where I'd be like, oh yeah, Tesla stock or Apple stock's worth like 13 grand. It's been split so many times over the years that's now only worth XYZ. But not only are there splits in that movement, but the movement of a stock up and down, there's an accumulation phase, there's a profit-taking phase. There's a phase where they sell down and you think it's coming back up, and it's meant to create a buying or a bag holder class. And the reason you're creating that bag holder class is so that you can bring it back up again. Like, let's say you buy the top, and another guy buys the top, and another guy buys the top. Or you guys are either going to... you go through a cycle where you'll either buy more to make it go up more, or you'll capitulate and finally sell and then rebuy back in. This is all the human psyche kind of stuff, human psychology. You guys want to see some books on that stuff? Got a whole bunch of books on this stuff. Where are they? I don't even know where those books are. I think maybe somebody may have taken them from me. Yeah, here's a good one for you. Remarkable Story of Risk. Yeah, but there are psychology books about this. The Wisdom of Crowds is another one. But you guys want to know about how people act, how banks act, the human aspect to the markets. And in reality versus the reality of how they're run. Yeah, typically is what they do once they're banned from running a hedge fund. So, yeah, I'd probably sell this close. I mean, if I had to guess, I wouldn't want to be long this market heading into Tuesday. Just the risk heading, the risk. You got some Fed speakers at 9:12 a.m., 9:30 a.m. You got the Fed chair confirmation hearing. If any of you guys have ever been through one of those, I've seen the markets go to the moon and I've seen them sell steeply. But there's usually a volatile, heavy move in those hearings. And one of the things that really bothers me right now in this hearing is you have grandstanders that want to appeal to Main Street USA. There's no offense to anyone out there, but Main Street USA, right? There's if you're watching that programming, you want to hear tough talk out of the confirmation hearing. You're going to hear senators say things that they don't do, but they want to look good. So there could be some tough talk about the inflation, about money not going far enough for people to buy groceries, pay rent. That's all real stuff for most people out there. Most people out there say things like, I'm rich or I'm wealthy, but in reality, 90% of the population, not 90%, like 70% of the population is living paycheck to paycheck. Even if they're paying a mortgage, insurance, paying for a car note, all their bills every month, their taxes, even if they're a homeowner. You see a lot of people out there that look real nice. They got real nice stuff. And if you're looking inside their bank accounts, they're, living paycheck to paycheck. They're going to a job. They're an engineer, let's say, right? And they're paying their mortgage. They're paying their car payments. They might have a small savings account. But if they were to have a medical emergency, if they were to have some kind of tragedy happen, they're right on the cusp of bankruptcy themselves. So people care about that stuff, right? People care about what they pay for groceries, like Main Street USA people. They care about paying what they pay for gas, even though gas is cheap right now. But they care about what their clothes cost. They care about what they're paying in taxes, all these different aspects to their lives. And politicians want to relate to that, right? Doesn't matter which side of the aisle they're on. And so tomorrow might be one of those days where you see some grandstanding from both sides of the aisle. So if you're taking that long into the close on the SPY right now, I would probably take it to, let's look for a price target if we can. And let's look to see let's look at the options chain in the SPY heading into tomorrow. Yeah, you've got, so today's Monday expiration, of course. We've got the January 12th. Everyone's in on 460 puts. There's like 85,000 contracts out there. So if it's like anything in the past, what am I going to expect for tomorrow? I'm going to expect weakness into the 9:30 hour, possibly into when the Fed, what's it called? Confirmation hearing starts. And then I would take the opposite side of that trade just before it starts. Like maybe then jump in on the opposite side of that trade. Yeah, they want you to think that they relate. That's all they want you to do. They're not telling the truth. Now you should see a nice rip into close. Should. You can see, I want you to see this too. Do you see this? This bar is disappearing here. This is important to take note of, that these sellers are no longer here. They're probably swooping down. I want you to be conscious of this right here, of this change. Probably wait for close to the bell to take a short position or a put position. Unless they've swooped down to sell. I need to open up my Thinkorswim app and see where we are. Yeah, they disappeared. You see that? Faraz noticed it. Sellers just poof, disappeared. Probably a ripper into close. Yeah, I can check Tesla. I got you guys covered here because they were bashing around above, right? Still bashing through. Could be a short squeeze into close on Tesla. Have more buyers than sellers. Hero indicator, though, is still negative. Maybe look for a ripper into the bell here on Tesla. Nice little squeeze. Can't be typing with you guys seeing what I'm typing in to log in my credentials here. Yeah, there's still tons of interest on 460p. It's Captain 1234. Yeah, I'd take the money and run. Sometimes Tesla squeezes. But why not? Just take the money, run, wait for the next buy-in on Tesla. We are at some pretty significant support on Tesla here at on SPY here at 4635. It's pretty significant overall. We're gonna need news to sell down to 450. I can tell you that. We're gonna need some news. If you guys check, I'm gonna send you guys a link for a script for. You can sign up for Thinkorswim for free if you don't already have it or trade on it. And then you can just load this script into it. Even if you don't trade on Thinkorswim, you can use their volume profile. I do recommend it. Bears are fucked. Yeah, this is odd to see. I would assume that the sellers have come down to meet right at this 463 on the index. And my guess into tomorrow. You guys always like guesses from me. I often play the closes. You guys know. Then you guys that know me on Twitter know that I oftentimes play closes. I'm not playing the close today. I have to get this all this kind of worked out so that I can trade. Right now, I'm only taking spreads on because I can't actively manage my trades right now. Or I don't feel confident actively trading them right now. My expectation would be that we trade up into the close, or into maybe the last 15 minutes or so. Then we're going to start selling down either just before the bell or after the bell, and that we will sell futures. I think that in the morning will be weak. We could spring up. This is probably the better trade for a futures trader into the nighttime than it is for a cash trader. It's tough to say if the Bears would win or the Bulls would win into tomorrow morning. You could see you might see a sell down in the overnight, and then if we get some kind of good news at 9 a.m., if the market rips into the bell at 9:30, then it's thank you for playing, right? It's the same old thank you for playing. I'm sure you could do a straddle on the market into close. Let's take a gander at it, okay? And tomorrow is a non-OPEX day. I like trading OPEX days better. But let's look at the 12th. And it's a real tough call there. I mean, look at look at January 12th, right? 466C costs $1.47. And 460P costs $1.52. That's pricey on both sides for both Bears and Bulls. Like, that's not a cheap play in any regard. I am not one that likes to. I hear people say, well, they're expensive because they're worth something. That's a bunch of horse shit. Maybe you could play the 452 or 455P for like 60 cents or 50 cents. And I still don't like that 466. I'd make it wider, like maybe 472C for 20 cents, believe it or not. Expiring on Wednesday, 472C. And then the 455P for 62 cents. That's 80 cents. And that you'd hope for some volatility heading into the Fed in either direction. That'd be my trade into the close. Yeah, and I agree with that. I agree with Winky Face. You can use a little bit longer duration than 1.5 to compensate for some of that. I agree with that. I messed up a trade on last week because if I just put an extra day on it, I'd be rich. And I didn't put enough time on that trade. I don't like that extra day. I feel like on that non-OPEX day that the market makers come in and they go, thanks for your $1.40. Thanks for your $1.40. And now they're worth 20 cents. They're probably going to $1, but you're not. I'm going to take my cut right now for you guys playing. You got a pin strike at 463.96. Good place to buy the put side of that straddle, right? Then you wait for the dip down low and you buy the call side of that straddle. You guys all know how to play that? If you're going to buy a straddle, I always try to buy the top. If we know we're going to trade higher and lower, when I'm buying a straddle, I'll wait for the tip, ping, buy that put side, trade down a little bit, then buy that call side. Then you've got a nice wide range, not only in the straddle, but in the price that you paid for them. I don't like buying straddles all at once. I like to buy like the high for the puts and the low, especially at an open or a close. So you can buy a straddle at the open and close, and you time the dip and the top. If you ever notice how we go way up and high and low at the opens and the closes, you can buy your straddles separately. You buy one side, then you buy the other side. What was the other? How do you play the put back spread? Is you buy one put and then you sell two puts. You buy the one put outside of the money, and then you sell two puts in the money, and that'll print too. That'll print either way. It got close. 463.96 is 464, right? That's pretty dang close. What is that? 464 basically? That's not a bad day for bulls to reclaim 464. But if they tagged 465 into the bell, that'd be hilarious. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah, legging in always gives the most payoff. It's hard to time it, but if you can do it. Yeah, if you're gonna do straddles, I always like to pick a direction that I think it's going and get one side that's expensive and one's not expensive, but pay for one side and make the other side cheap. So the call hedge should be cheap, or the put hedge should be cheap. So if you're like, we're going big tomorrow, we're going up tomorrow, I'll pay for those calls. And if the thought is that we're going down tomorrow, I'll pay for those puts, and then I'll just hedge the other side out. But as someone else said earlier, you can usually put more time on them just one day or 2 days. You can make them Fridays or Mondays. So we are trading up into the close now. We'll go back to Tesla for the Tesla gang. I bet there's another trade locked in here too. If we trade up into the bell, you can sometimes buy some puts at like 3:59 p.m. and they'll print into 4:15 p.m. You sell them at like 4:14 in the afternoon. You can make like a quick 20-30%. Sometimes I'll trade that on both sides. So if we trade down into the bell, like bury it into the bell, I'll sometimes buy calls and then I'll sell them in 15 minutes. Make a fast 20%. Don't just try that, but paper trade it. Just open up an options chain, look at 0 date calls and puts, and you can see if we're trading heavy, like ripping into a close. You'll see that we trade down the last 15 minutes after the bell. You'll see that on the opposite side as well. You can usually make a fast 20-30%, and then it doesn't matter where we go the next day. You just culled a quick 20% off of arbitrage. You guys ever do that out there? XBI. I saw some light Positivity and XBI this morning. I was checking on Biotech this morning. Yeah, so you can take these calls right into the close, sell out of them, quick grab a put side, hold them for like 15 minutes, then sell out of those, capture 40, 50%. I love trading closes. I trade them all the time. Sometimes I hold them into the next day. Sometimes I get out of them. Sometimes I get out of them at like the right at 3:59. Then I'll get back into puts till 4:14 in the afternoon. You can skim on both sides. If I make a run up into close, like this run that we're going into close right now, I almost never hold them. And if I'm going to hold them into the next day, I'll sell at the bell, then rebuy at like 4:14. I'll rebuy them again because the volume and the interest drops off call options after 4 p.m. It's kind of disgusting, isn't it? It's kind of bad. Yeah, more buyers and sellers on Tesla. I say you take profit, man. I say you take profit. There's always another day to fight for Tesla. There's always a day there to fight for Tesla. Yeah, see that 1051 on Tesla right here? Take the money and run. Even if it gaps up tomorrow, just take the money and run. You can always re-enter tomorrow. I shouldn't be telling you guys that. You guys do whatever you want to do. No, not financial advice. Not financial advice. I don't like the negative puts coming in on Tesla. And I guess some of you guys will say it's the ramp, right? It's the ER ramp that's coming up. I guess that's something that makes sense. I still have that futures trader in me. Still have that like trade for the run and then get out. And I haven't looked yet today to see what options are rolling off Tesla tomorrow. I don't know if there's major negative gamma coming off Tesla. I haven't looked yet today to see if there's major gamma on being put back on Tesla or not. Bunch of SPY calls in the close. Bunch of IWM calls in the close. Tesla today had 27.8 million in calls expiring in February 18th. Maybe we do gap up tomorrow. That makes sense. I can see us gapping up tomorrow. I mean, there's some months. I'm going to post this right now for you. Any bulls that want to know the last 10 minutes? Any Tesla bulls out there want to see what's up? Maybe that was the dip buy for the ER run. I'm not anti that viewpoint. So I'll post if you have some negative gamma rolling off Tesla today, let's say like old puts that are coming off Tesla to the end today, and you've got this massive buying that took place on Tesla today. I just posted a bunch of call hedges on Tesla in the millions of dollars, $30 million in calls on Tesla. You could have a gap up tomorrow in Tesla. And I'm not anti seeing that happen tomorrow in Tesla as well, because if you were dropping Apple but using Tesla to hold the market up, it makes sense. Tesla's now at 1052.80, and it's gapping straight into the close. And your price target, as usual, is you got some sellers above at 1088. Your real target is 1099 or 1098.16 on Tesla. Yeah, it's ripping straight into the close. I posted the 30 million in calls on Tesla. I'm assuming that is being placed for a good ER. Yeah, Tesla's gapping straight up into the bell. You could buy a Tesla right now, just printing. Print, print, print. SPY's creeping up into that 465 number that we're trying to target. Any of you bears out there? Patience, bears, patience. And if you do this, what you do is open up an options chain for SPY. Look at the in the money call, whatever price it is at the bell. And you're going to see the price of that option trail off. And you'll see the puts go up slightly, let's say 10, 20%. So you guys can get familiar with arbitrage, trading zero-date options, last few minutes. And what you really want to be looking at after the bell is the next expiry, which are January 12th calls and puts. You can, if you start to track that stuff day in and day out, you just start every day at the end of the day. You just want to be watching the price of options on the zero date and on the next date. And you want to see how they ebb and flow. And you guys can play for 20, 30% moves into the close, and then another 20, 30% move every day of the week. Unless they're trading sideways. It's a good way to make fast money. That SPY's reaching up, touch the sky right now. Apple's closing where they closed the gap that they opened the day with today. 171.70. So let me ask you guys out there as we have last 5 minutes here right now, right? Let me ask you a serious question. If you're a bull, does this make you bullish with this kind of recovery? That's my question. And if you're a bear, does this make you prepare at the bell to buy some puts or to start shorting into the bell? Because I know it leaves people questioning. I'm interested mostly because of positioning. Are we sell the market? Are we in negative gamma? Do you guys all know where we are? Are we in a volatility zone? Open a big chart up and look real quick and see where we are. Are we trading to a new level to short? Or do we do this big face ripper back to 481 on the SPY? Sell the rip, baby. We're going to hit all-time highs next Monday. Makes you feel like, yeah. Heavy on Tesla. Remember this morning, some people were saying they were staying in shorts. There is a theory that we sell off for 3 days or we have 3 down days, even If it takes 5 days, you have 3 down days, then you get this one nice up day or a big face ripper after it? That's my question. It sure looks like a gap up on a big chart. A gap up will happen tomorrow. The only thing that I'll tell you is this. Until you get over 470, we're in negative town. We're in volatility town. Or we're in a volatility zone. So expect large moves. 1.5% in a day. That was the implied move for today. You know who's really paying attention right now? Old-time traders are looking for one big thing. Do we close above? Do we close above 465.49? That's the big question. Because if you do, it's bullish. If you don't, it's sell the rip. Then you're going to have people saying, well, when do we close? 4 p.m. or 6 p.m.? See, I don't even know if that's the exact price. I have to look even closer. Somewhere in there. That number is that's like hand grenades and horseshoes. Where is it at? Right here. I'm gonna take a picture of that. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and show it to you guys. We are breaking above into the bell. I'll post this on Twitter. Make this bigger. I just gave up all my gains today in 1 hour. Just got 100% of my calls in the straddle. You guys are hilarious. Now you know how to trade a straddle. Now you know how to win no matter what. Cha-ching. That's how you win no matter what. Someone listens. I know some of you listen out there when I tell you guys plays. I know some of you guys follow these trades. How did you not trade Affirm? That was a no-brainer. How do you give that money up? That was a banging trade. What did Affirm close the day at, by the way? I sold out of Affirm earlier. So I want to see. I mean, Affirm just ripped into close as well. CLVT ripped into close. Or CVLT. I got the ticker wrong. XLV. Did you guys see what XLV did into the close? It was like straight green bar to the top. Straight green bar to the top. XLV was stupid. We're going to rotate into tech again for Oz. I love it. Yeah, this is a scalper's paradise. I'm going to end up turning all of you into scalpers. I know what's going to happen here. We're going to do this trading like this every day. I'm going to get more comfortable with live streaming with you guys, and we're just going to do it together. Because it does print heavy. You guys will stop trading individual tickers. You'll just start trading the SPY. I can make more in the SPY typically than any other ticker, any other ETF out there. 100% days are easy, 2-3 times. We'll do individual tickers too. Anyways, that was a great day. Hope you guys made money today on the short side. Hope you guys made money today on the long side. The best trade for tomorrow, of course, we talked about is the VIX. The SPY might not go down, right? We said, but the VIX will still go up, right? Or at least until the 9:30 hour or the 10 a.m. hour. So you might see SPY not go down tomorrow, but you'll see the VIX go up into the 10 a.m. hour. So if you want to take the short trade from cash market into tomorrow, the short trade is the VIX. Well, longing the VIX, but that is the way to go with that, especially with the time frame, right? We know that it's at 10 a.m. We know there's at least an extra half an hour there where the VIX can do a nice spike, even if someone else comes out at 9:15, 9:30 and says all is fine in the world. Hope you guys all had a great day today. If you guys made money today, except for Chase. Chase, how did you lose money, bro? It's okay, Chase. You can't win them all. That was just a joke. I love you, man. But what I want you guys to do is please leave a donation if you made money today. If you are becoming a better trader, please leave a donation. Help support the channel. Like and subscribe if you're a new trader. You guys know that we make trades like this at least once to 3 times a week. We're able to make some really solid trades. Some of you guys have been following me for a long time. You guys know that we make great money around here. We've got no problems making money around here. We're going to try to grow this community into a strong, if we get a strong core group of people, we get anywhere from like 100 to 300 people that know what they're doing, know how to take each side of the trade, can see where we're supposed to be long and short, and maximize and capitalize that trading. We can work together as a group, right, and all raise each other up as traders and as investors. Hope you guys had a great day today. If you guys are losing money right now, you know what you can do is all you do is sit back, right? Sit back, listen to these streams. You guys can listen to how we talk, how we chat in the group chat. You can you'll start to get the understanding of where support is, where the tops are, where the safe bets are to take a short, where the safe bets are to take a long, right? You even were able to see this morning. I'm here live streaming with you. I couldn't take the short right off the bell. For me, it was too late for my risk profile, but I knew where the bottom was to take the long, right? So even if you miss part of that trade, even if the trade in safety was a few days ago, you can still get that next trade, okay? And so just keep following along. You'll see that we can kind of figure out where the market is going generally. Now, we can't see what's happening tomorrow, but we know that the VIX will probably be high. We know that the futures will probably get sold, at least slightly. And even if futures don't sell, you know that we're going to come back tomorrow. I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now that the SPY, unless it gaps up into the open tomorrow, that we're going to have a cash back close right off the bell tomorrow. It's probably like a 70% chance of that happening tomorrow, unless we gap up. So we'll start trading together as time passes. You'll start to get a feel, and then we'll start talking about what to think about in the following day, and to think about what the day holds tomorrow, right? So let's look at the SPY right now before you guys get off with me. And not every time, but 60-70% of the time, and you can see we're down 4 cents right now in SPY after hours. I want you guys to look at the 0 dates or the 1 dates, and you'll see that the puts gain back maybe 10-20% into that 4:15 hour. I want you guys to see that it's very common. Let's say futures are flat tonight, or we even green bar it up slightly to 466, right? And we sell back down to close this little area. See this little area from 3:30 into 4 o'clock, we often close this the next day. You guys know about that, right? We always talk about that cash gap fill the next day. So even if you miss this part of the trade, there's probably a part of that trade left on the table for tomorrow. The cashback open is when we open the next day. If you have a ripper into the close, you'll tend to trade down to close that gap. Not always, but we tend to right off the bell the following day. Same thing happens when we trade down. If we trade down into a close and we trade flat to the next morning's open, you'll tend to see us rip right off the bell. Okay? McDoubles, baby. I hope all you guys have a wonderful afternoon. Hope you guys all had a great day trading with us today. There's always another trading day. If any of you lost out there today, don't worry about it. We'll be back here again tomorrow. And we're going to look to trade during the FOMC. I'll try to see if I can get the FOMC to play in the background maybe as we trade that event tomorrow. Should be great volatility heading into the 10 a.m. hour tomorrow. Yeah, there's some cheap-ass spreads out there. I think you start looking at those put spreads at some point. We know what's coming down the road in terms of, we know the tightening's here, right? Or not tightening. We know that the rates are coming. We know there's going to be some impact from that. We always want to get good positioning. Excuse me. I'm being interrupted. Okay, so I want you guys to have a great afternoon. I'll catch up with you all tomorrow. Hit that like and subscribe button. Try to donate if you can, and so we can keep this thing going. I talked to Joe Donut earlier today, and we're going to try to get together and put this website together or finish the website in the next day or two. And if any of you guys can DM me inside at Captain's Alpha, if you're interested in helping with the Discord, I'll open it up to you guys so you can have a look around. Tell me what works, what doesn't work, what kind of rules should be in place, that kind of stuff. We can have like a little chat about that kind of stuff. Because we do have to have a talk about that. You really do want like, let's say you get 5 to 10 serious day traders in the options room, the cash room. You want some serious traders inside the futures room. And then you really want other people to kind of come in and follow along or have some interplay. But you really want the guys that are making money, the women that are making money out there, you really want those people doing the trading. And then you learn from them and pick up from them on how to trade. And then you can start making trades with those people, right? You can kind of key us all in. We can key you in, that kind of stuff. It's kind of odd how it happens, but we have to make sure the Discord is legit. We just don't want bad trading in there. We don't want bad investing in there either, right? We don't want to be buying tops on stuff. We want to know when to buy, when to sell. We want to know complex and simple trading plans. And we want your input and your information if you know something's going to go down or whatever. I don't know how to explain. I'm using the wrong words for that kind of stuff. But I think some of you guys have been in trading rooms and you know how they go. They can be really good or they can be a hot mess. Sometimes it's just too much information and you really want a focus and a drive on certain stocks or on certain ETFs and certain funds, that kind of stuff, to make sure that we're all on the same page. Similar to today, right? Similar to today, what happened in the market today. We want to have some kind of a similar experience in a Discord. You guys have a great night. Yeah, I'm not doubting Tesla gapping up. That was $30 million. Seeing that kind of ching come in, my assumption is that the money's coming in there on that ER play. That doesn't mean we don't trade back from that, though. But, that's the flip side of the coin. You all have a great day. Hope you all had a great day trading. Good luck to all you Tesla bulls out there today. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning.